You get to go against defense that you haven't seen in a non-game-like atmosphere. In practice, you seem to take more risks. The defense will take more risks, too. So to get those live bullets and to see something, get your checks, understand how guys are moving, it's really awesome.
Joint practice is come and gone for the Bills in Cleveland, or Checkdown City, as some would say, as they gear up for preseason week 2 tomorrow against the Browns. Kickoff set for 1 o'clock. We'll have you covered all day, starting at 11 o'clock with pregame, Brayton Wilson and Paul Hamilton. Then the game cast throughout, Derek Kramer and Zach Jones, and then postgame show as well. Around the NFL, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes, dealing with a knee injury, is on track to play in Week 1 against the Broncos. Schefter also reports that 49ers tight end George Kittle, dealing with an Achilles injury, has a legitimate chance to play in Week 1 against the Rams. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports the Colts tight end Tyler Warren, dealing with the groin injury now, is going to be ready for Week 1 against the Ravens. And Puka Nacua, groin injury, is sidelined yesterday's joint practice against the Saints. Nacua has now missed the entire Rams slate of Saints practices. Also, another news, a group of former college football players who filed a lawsuit against the NCAA in Louisiana were granted a temporary restraining order by a federal judge that allows them to enter the transfer portal, even though some are currently on NFL rosters. TRO was granted yesterday and follows a recent ruling by a judge in Colorado that granted players from the high school class of 2022 a 5th season of eligibility. In baseball, the Blue Jays, they beat the Rays 5-1, and the Yankees beat the Orioles 6-1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
It's Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
Happy Friday, everyone.
Did you see the soft serve chocolate ice cream cone in a toilet one that they have now?
I have not
I'll have to
seen
show you that one.
Cannot be real.
What? No, it's real.
That
It's
absolutely cannot be real.
I saw it.
You sure about that?
I've been fooled
Fake.
by the internet.
No. Get got. That's right. Reset the counter.
Man, I'm usually good at not
Everybody-
The Mariners do not have a big dumper Sunday, which is what it's called.
Dumper Sunday. What are you doing? Reading books?
On WGR.
It's a Friday. Get to the weekend. I've got a bachelor party this weekend. So I'm excited. Hopefully you're excited too. Maybe you're going to Cleveland for the Bills game.
Could be.
It's not that far away. I can't say I've ever been tempted to go on the road for a preseason game. I mean,
Cleveland or Pittsburgh would be the two to do it.
Those would be the only two you would even consider. And credit to you if you are someone who does that, because that's a level of fan card that I can't say that I've ever possessed. I am such a big Bills fan that I am going to drive 3 hours to go see Kyle Allen play football.
Shane Buechele.
Just because they're in the uniform, right? The Bills and the Browns, there's a lot to get to on that. Good morning, it's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off today and back on Monday. I'll be off on Monday. And then we'll go through the rest of the week. So you had joint practice yesterday. You have the preseason game tomorrow. We'll talk with Sal a little bit later on in the show today. There's some around the league stuff to get to. There were a couple of games last night. Fernando Mendoza threw a pick six and was kind of funny trying to chase back after it and dive to make a tackle. I don't think he really actually played that. Well, I guess maybe it wasn't that great. I mean, 86 yards on 5 drives. That's not
fantastic.
That's not great.
No.
That's not great.
No.
We'll start with him. I want to get to Dalton Kincaid, the day he had yesterday, all that happened with the Bills and the Browns. And, of course, we'll do a ton of that with Sal because he was there on the field. But do we like Mendoza? Do we think he's going to be good? Where does he rank among the number 1 overall picks in terms of expectation entering the NFL? We have a couple years in a row here where the number 1 pick is just kind of there. And I feel like it's not really that big a story. Where does Mendoza rank among the biggest storylines to watch heading into this season? seeing what he is, how good he is. I mean, he was a national championship quarterback that had a great game in the national championship. Remember, he's like body on the line, flying through the air to score a touchdown with how much time was left in that game? Like a minute? 2 minutes?
It was in the 2-minute drill, that's for sure.
It was really late, and he goes number one. The story is great. Like, he was not a high-level recruit or prospect before his last year at Indiana, which turned into one of the greatest college football stories ever. I mean, they were what they were to win the title before the season compared to where they ended up winning all their games and him having a Heisman season, 40 touchdowns, leading the country. Well, it was an incredible story. But does anyone think he's going to be great? Anybody? Like, I don't hear that from even prognosticators, from analysts that cover the draft, from fans. I'm not even sure the Raiders fans believe he's going to be, like when, I would say it's, by the way, 5 years in a row, if you go look at the number one overall pick, there is only one guy that the expectation was entering the NFL was this dude is going to be a star. That's it.
Yeah.
Caleb Williams.
100%. Caleb Williams.
By the way, we'll talk Bears at 9 o'clock hour. Lauren Cox from Locked On Bears is going to join us next in the Bills schedule.
But even before that, it's Joe Burrow in 2020, Kyler Murray in 19. There aren't a ton of them.
Well, Burrow, I think.
Burrow, I would say had that.
Burrow.
Going
what
in.
was the hype on Burrow? I mean, Burrow was coming off. I guess this isn't too dissimilar from Mendoza, but maybe on another level. Burrow was coming off the greatest college football season ever.
Yeah.
The team was the greatest college football team ever. And with that, maybe there was that extra layer. And Trevor Lawrence, he was thought to be superstar prospect. This guy, best prospect in a decade, surefire starting franchise quarterback. Before that, Kyler Murray, Baker Mayfield, these guys had pretty big hype. But the last 5 years, Mendoza, I don't know how much there really is. Cam Ward, did he ever get talked about in the draft process or after? And maybe that was some of that he played for the Titans also. But it wasn't really surrounding him. I wouldn't say it was surrounding Bryce Young 2 years prior. So I got 3 of the last 4 quarterbacks that are entering the league. And I don't really think it's that big a story. It's an intrigue, but part of this is he might not also play. And he definitely did not do himself any favors last night towards throwing a pick six. 8 for 16, 50 yards or 80 yards on 5 drives. Yeah, it's probably not a very good performance. So, Kirk Cousins, your job is, a little bit more secure for now with the Raiders. You also had the Bills' first week opponent that played last night, C.J. Stroud and the Texans. Played a lot of their starters and looked pretty good doing it. Stroud looked fine. I think he had the same amount of yard that Mendoza did, but on 1 drive or 2 drives.
Yeah, that's much better.
Yeah. So the Bills will play tomorrow, and that's a 1 o'clock kickoff. We will have coverage at 11 o'clock here on WGR. And Joe Brady said before practice yesterday that if it went well, that they weren't going to have the need. This is not exactly how he put it, but basically did not know who was going to play in the preseason game until after he sees joint practice. He wants to get a look at how are things going to be done, how well are we executing, do we feel like we were sharp? And I would imagine because if they are sharp, then he's going to feel like I've got no need to put these guys at risk in an uncontrolled environment on Saturday in the preseason. And as much as I can tell from the beat reporters, Sal, that was on the field, and the video, because I guess they were allowed to videotape practice and post it, so we saw all the plays and we saw all the big moments that happened. I kind of feel like the Bills' offense looked sharp. And the guy that stood out the most, at least what I saw, was that Dalton Kincaid had big plays. He had 1 touchdown down the field where he ended up wide open. It might have been a broken coverage, honestly. So I don't know how much I want to get into. Like Kincaid wrecking the Browns defenders yesterday, just could not cover him. But
he even admitted that it was broken coverage, if I'm not mistaken. So.
Yeah. There was a red zone touchdown, though, that he scored. Also, I saw a clip of that was nice.
Mm-hmm.
So, maybe a little bit of a Kincaid day. And with all the receiver injuries that they've got, he's important. It was interesting, though, to me that there's Kincaid, and he's practicing and he's doing all the things, and he's not, he's not being held back as far as we can tell. But he's got a long black sleeve still on that leg. And I'm not going to be medical guy here and tell you what that means for the knee and, whether that's a sign of worry or not. But it doesn't have to be a sign of worry, but it's just a reminder that this guy has had a lot of problems staying on the field. And that is both being active for games and playing a lot when he is active for games. And we've done this before, this old song and dance on like what is his value if he is what he is and what the Bills want him to be. And he is like the toughest puzzle piece, I think, to fit in for what the Bills want, what we should want out of him overall, what they're going to do paying him. Just, it is such a tough thing to figure out because he's good, but he does not play all that much. And at the same time, I really wonder what the value of Kincaid is, even though he is good, when he makes you the most predictable offense in the league when he's on the field. And is that a good thing? Do the Bills want that? There also yesterday were plays made by Dawson Knox that I saw, Jackson Hawes. And Matt Beauvais talked about that on the podcast with Sal. It's Always Game Day in Buffalo yesterday. I listened to their recap of what they saw on the field. And one of the first things they got into is that Jackson Hawes was making some plays down the field and that he might be the Bills' secret weapon going into this year. Like, I don't think, like, really he's going to be a target hog at all. Like, he's going to get a couple of passes thrown his way here and there. But when do the Bills feel like they are the best offense that they could be and are their most unpredictable? Because as a coordinator, you don't want the defense to know what you are doing. And do they feel like they're a better defense when Knox and Hawes are on the field? Or do they feel are better offense? Or do they feel like they're a better offense when Kincaid is on the field? Even if Kincaid is a better player. Because when Knox is out there, defense has no idea what I'm doing. When Kincaid is out there, you got a 9 out of 10 bet that they're throwing the ball, and he's going to be running a route. Knox doesn't even always have to run the route, but he might stay in, he might go out, and he's fine. He's not anything crazy, but I'm always wondering what they truly want when they have all of their tight ends available, because they all have their skills, and they are all useful players. But they are so different that, again, that is where the different personnel packages come in, how often you're running it, how often guys are getting thrown the ball, and where Knox slides into all. It's like often it's about like, well, Kincaid can do this and Hawes can do this, and both of them can't do either thing. But when I look at the best tight ends around the league, and when you look at like what Jeremy Fowler and his list, or the NFL top 100 list, like any list that you really want to look at for who are the best tight ends in football. And you'll see Trey McBride up there, and you'll see George Kittle, and you'll see Sam Laporta, and Tyler Warren, and Tucker Kraft, and Colston Loveland. Like these are the best tight ends in football now. This group. Post Kelsey, those are the guys. And all of those guys, if I'm stopping one short, I'm being a little cute on this. Like, I'm not going to Kyle Pitts.
No.
Because Kyle Pitts would not be into this point. So there's like another guy out there that is like Kincaid in that I think he makes you a little more predictable because you know the things he can't do. But Loveland, Kraft, Laporta, Kittle, McBride, Bowers, to a lesser extent Bowers, but all of those other guys. All of those other guys can do it all. And they're never leaving the field. And they're always going to be out there. And if you're playing the Lions and Sam Laporta is on the field, there's no tell from that. You have no greater sense of whether the Lions are going to run the ball here or throw the ball because Sam Laporta is on the field. When Tucker Kraft is out there for the Packers, you have no greater sense of whether the Packers are going to throw the ball or whether they are going to run the ball. And Kincaid is so different from that because the numbers from last year and what the Bills did when he was on the field, they were the most predictable offense in the league when Kincaid was on the field.
Yep.
And what's better? The more skilled, I would say more talented tight end, Dalton Kincaid being out there, but you know what's coming, or Dawson Knox, who's just a fine tight end, but you don't know. We could run it here. We could throw. He's a good blocker. He's a dangerous enough weapon. Like, this could be 11 personnel throwing the ball, spreading it out. Like, you don't know what we're doing when Knox is out here. There's a value versus talent argument there that I think will be interesting to see play out because we'll see it. We'll see how often the Bills are running Kincaid out onto the field. We'll see how often Knox is playing.
Right.
I mean, Knox does play more, and maybe that should just go to show you. Like, Knox might be more valuable. The Knox packages might be more valuable. He played 58% of the snaps last year. Kincaid didn't do that.
It's like less than 30 for Kincaid.
Right. I mean, Kincaid, there's injuries also. Mm-hmm. But even if you just take the games they play in, like, it's not really, oh, Kincaid is just hurt, and when he is active, he's playing twice as much. Like, that's not it. So that room is going to be so interesting to see evolve because I can't believe the Bills want it to be the exact same way. I think they want to evolve from it, and that evolution on the short term has to be Kincaid evolves. Kincaid evolves into somebody that they can always have out there. Or not even just playing 100% of the snaps. Maybe it's like Knox. Knox is playing 60% of the snaps, but you don't know what we're doing in those 60%.
Right. He can block. He can, run out and run a route. Like, he's just got to be more well-rounded. If it were me valuing what is what, I would rather get rid of the predictability, right, which is Kincaid in this instance, I'd rather be unpredictable on offense with mediocre tight ends than have a great tight end who's telling them exactly what you're doing.
And they have to make a decision on this next year because eventually here, what are you going to do paying him? Mm-hmm. He's got this year at $4 million, not a problem at all. That's cheap, and you don't need a guy to be a 100 reception guy on a $4 million contract. It may be nice. That's where you get, a bonus, a plus when you're drafting guys and they're star players while they're on their rookie contracts. Next year on the 5th-year option, $8 million, still relatively cheap for a tight end. So that's one more year. But contract extensions, we just saw this with Osiris Torrance. We saw it with James Cook. We've seen it with many Bills. The Bills like to do their deals the year prior to free agency. And they don't get near having to decide on the franchise tag. And I wonder here, is this going to be another example of the Bills saying, yeah, he's pretty good, but even though we know there are big limitations here, we know he's pretty good. And we're just going to pay another one of our draft picks who is pretty good. And that's not going to be that expensive. Or are the Bills going to decide, in this situation, let's play it out. Let's take him to the end. And you know what? If it does go really, really well for him, then, and we can't figure out a contract, or we're still nervous about injury or whatever, then maybe we'll go down a path that we've never taken before, which is we'll take this right up to the end, and if we want to, we'll tag him. We'll tag him. We've never tagged anybody. Teams like Cincinnati do that. Dallas does that. There are others. The Bills have never come near tagging a guy. I can't even remember. Is there a time where it's even been a debate? I don't think so. Tremaine Edmonds hit free agency, but linebacker is so skewed by the pass rushers that fall under the same category that inside linebackers are never considered for the franchise tag. The Bills have never come near it.
I think they apparently tagged Cordy Glenn before they signed him.
And that's pre-Bean.
Yeah.
That's pre-Bean.
So in this era, they've never, like you said, never done it.
Because in that circumstance, now I'm looking at Kincaid and saying, I don't even have to value him crazy high. I can just like the player, want to keep him around, and I could keep him for 3 years from now without ever extending him.
Right. The franchise tag for a tight end, by the way, $15 million.
And that's the only reason I even bring it up. Mm-hmm. It's because that's one of the most affordable franchise tags that are out there. It's not receiver, which is approaching $30 million. It's not, offensive line is over $25 million now. $15 million? That's not bad. That's not that expensive for a player. And I don't know. I just don't know what the likelihood is. I think I want to put my chips down that the most likely is that he'll just be another example of, we like this guy. He's not unbelievable, but he's pretty good, and we'll pay him.
Isn't it frustrating, though, because he feels like he has the ceiling to be kind of unbelievable? It's not just an average guy walking through. Like, that guy's got the potential to be a top tight end in the league.
At what point, though, do we have to stop saying that? Because we know what the limitations are. Mm-hmm. And that doesn't even have to include the injury part of it. If we acknowledge that Dalton Kincaid is such a bad blocker or is so fragile that they can't put him out there in those situations, well, then you actually don't have you don't have a high ceiling. Mm-hmm. You don't have the ceiling of a George Kittle or a Trey McBride. Because for you to be as good as guys like that, you have to play all the time in all situations.
Right. You can't do a major part of the job.
Unless you are going to be, and there are guys like this too, because, again, I mentioned Bowers. Bowers is not, Mr. Blocker. Like, he is a great elite tight end in the league because he's a great pass catcher. But to what level? I mean, his rookie season, he had 1,200 yards. I mean, does he have more in his 2 seasons than Kincaid does? That can't be right? Bowers has 1,700 yards in 1874 in 2 years. And by the way, he also missed 6 or 5 games last year.
Yeah.
So in 2 years, missing 5 games, Bowers has over 1,800 yards.
Okay.
And Dalton Kincaid in 3 years has 1,600 yards. So you can be one of the better tight ends in football if Jimmy Graham did this 15 years ago.
Yeah.
You don't have to be the great blocker. But then you better be like the best pass-catching tight end in the NFL. And the last thing I want to say on this, we'll talk more about tight end and Kincaid when Sal joins at 8, is look at the direction the league is going. I mentioned Jimmy Graham there, but Jimmy Graham played his best football in an offense and in an era where the game was being opened up. Like, passing was through the roof numbers. Drew Brees was throwing for 5,000 plus yards a season, and Graham was able to be elite tight end. I mean, he caught 16 touchdowns in a year. Some of those seasons that he had. He is not in the Kelsey Gronk category because he didn't do it for as long, but that dude had a 4-year stretch there that's as good as any tight end that's ever played.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't block at all. Can you be that today? Because what we've seen evolve in the NFL in the last 3 years is, while defenses have suppressed passing, I think there was a stat around the time probably Graham played where like 7-8 years ago, there were 25 quarterbacks in the NFL that averaged 250 passing yards per game. Last year, there were 7.
Yeah.
we know passing is down. We know big plays are down because defenses are giving you the run and trying to stop you from throwing it over the top. And with that, you're seeing heavier packages. You're seeing more big bodies on the field. 12 personnel with 2 tight ends is way up. Everybody wants to do it. The Jaguars picked this year's version of Jackson Hawes, a blocking tight end, in the 2nd round.
Yeah.
These teams want tight ends out there that can block because they're all running it more than they were 5 years ago. And then you could pass out of it, play action. The Niners are doing it. Everybody's doing it. And to do that, though, you'd like to have 2 guys that could be on the field that are a part of that run game and also a great pass catcher. Mm-hmm. And that's where I would argue Kincaid does not have the ceiling to be one of the best tight ends in football, because if he's not capable of being a part of that evolution in the league and he's just kind of out here, we got to do this specific thing with him and he can only play a certain amount, like that's not one of the best tight ends in football. That's a good tight end.
Right.
Like, you could be better than Kyle Pitts, because I think Kyle Pitts is a lot of those same things. But you're not ever going to be in the same breath as your McBrides and your Kittles when he's healthy and guys like that.
Yeah. But even Kelsey, I would say, was an average blocker, right? Like, he was more of an elite pass catcher and just he was willing to block. Like, that's all
True.
Kincaid really has to do, I feel like. Just get to a point where it's more standard blocking than below average, if you will.
Right. But that is showing I don't even have to be a great blocker, but I just have to stay on the field.
Right.
And I can't have my offense tipping my hand to get me out there. And, right, Kelsey was fine at this, right? Like, you know, run blocking, he was totally fine. Like, never really a bad player in that department, as far as I could tell. And he never left the field in his career. Like, 90% of the snaps, at least, almost every single year for the majority of his prime. So that's all you got to do. You got to be good enough at it and available enough at it that you just don't tip your hand. Because I think you're suffering something when that happens. 803-0550 is the phone number. Talking a little Kincaid there. Again, he was great yesterday. You know, like, couple of open touchdowns. Again, maybe they were broken plays, but he had been quiet, right? Like, open practice and the blue and red scrimmage and the preseason game. We hadn't really heard his name in, I would say, a week or so. But yesterday it was about him. Bills and Browns tomorrow. Open practice yesterday. Thought maybe coming up at 7 o'clock we could play around with one and done, which we have not played yet this week.
Yeah.
And we could do that looking around the AFC, a minute on each team. Then Sal's coming up at 8 o'clock, and Lauren Cox from Locked On Bears is going to join us at 9 o'clock. So a lot of time for your phone calls, some fun stuff to get to along the way as well. And also yesterday's preseason action. For your fantasy drafts coming up, I think this is one of the biggest fantasy drafts of the year. This weekend and next weekend might be the biggest too. So if you're watching these games, there were some guys that you want to slow your roll on. They look good, but don't go crazy. Got that too. All headed your way. It's Joe DiBiase, Joe Callion today. Owen Parker's off. Jeremy's off. Jeremy's back on Monday. And this is WGR.
For more comfort.
Now's the perfect time to make yourself comfortable with a new electric heating and cooling system from Belknap.
In Western New York, summer and winter bring extreme temperature conditions. Make yourself comfortable with Mitsubishi electric heat pumps, designed to keep your home cool in the summer and warm in the winter, no matter how hot or cold it gets outside. Call Belknap today to learn more.
I'm Gary Garfel, president of Belknap. We work on your schedule. We don't charge more for weekends and evenings. That's why we say,
give Belknap a ring.
You get to go against defense that you haven't seen in a non-game-like atmosphere. In practice, you seem to take more risks. The defense will take more risks too. So to get those live bullets and to see something, get your checks, understand how guys are moving, it's really awesome.
Joint practice come and gone for the Bills in Cleveland, or check down city, as some would say, as they gear up for preseason week 2 tomorrow against the Browns. Kickoff set for 1 o'clock. We'll have coverage all day, starting at 11 o'clock with pregame with Brayton Wilson and Paul Hamilton. Then the game cast throughout with Derek Kramer and Zach Jones, and then postgame as well. Around the NFL, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes, dealing with a knee injury, is on track to play week 1 against the Broncos. Schefter also reports that 49ers tight end George Kittle, who's been dealing with an Achilles injury, has a legitimate chance to play in week 1 against the Rams. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports that Colts tight end Tyler Warren, dealing with the groin injury, is going to be ready for week 1 against the Ravens. And Puka Nacua, with a groin injury, remains sidelined for Thursday's joint practice with the Saints. Nacua has now missed the Rams' entire slate of Saints practices. And a group of former college football players who filed a lawsuit against the NCAA in Louisiana were granted a temporary restraining order by a federal judge that allows them to enter the transfer portal, even though some are currently on NFL rosters. In baseball, the Blue Jays, they beat the Rays 5-1, and the Yankees beat the Orioles 6-1. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Your name came up a lot in Bills circles, fans, media, time for the draft. Was there ever a time where you thought maybe you could go to Buffalo?
Narrowing down the days, I felt like if I had failed to that pick, I could have most definitely seen myself there.
How excited would you have been maybe coming from Rochester and then thinking about maybe playing in Buffalo?
Hometown, so it would have been fun, but I'm here in Cleveland, so I love it.
KC Concepcion. He had a great catch down the middle of the field yesterday. I was stunned Deshaun Watson still has the ability to make the throw he did on that play.
I know, me too.
Right?
Me too.
It's like a laser down the middle of the field.
I wouldn't have thought he had it in him at this point, but
no.
Who knows?
Man, Watson. When's the last time you've seen the clips from the 2019 playoff game against Houston? Been a while?
That's a good question. I think in the last couple months I saw a couple circulating on just Twitter and Instagram. They pop up every so often, like Josh Allen's playoffs, but it's more so in the context of Allen than it is Deshaun Watson.
The plays that he made in that game were superhuman.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he was every bit the quarterback at that point that all the other... Like, at that point, Burrow wasn't there yet. Allen wasn't there. Allen was there, but he wasn't that good yet.
He hadn't risen yet. Absolutely.
Jackson had just arrived. Like, it was Mahomes and it was Watson. And they battled in that playoff game, Texans and Chiefs, where the Texans got up like 24-0, and then they went back. The Kansas City came back. They went back and forth, ton of points. And Watson in that playoff game against the Bills was it the winning play? The winning play where he got hit at the same time by Matt Milano and somebody else. Like, the Bills brought a blitz.
That had been Jerry Hughes at that point?
He was on the team, so it's possible. Mm-hmm. But McDermott brought a blitz in overtime. They got there. Play call, that's one where I know it's not even divisional round. It was wild card round. But you're a defensive-minded head coach, and it's tough, right? Like, Spagnuolo had this happen to him against Allen the one time, that was the regular season, where they had the perfect play call.
Right.
And Allen just ran through the whole defense and scored a 30-yard touchdown.
4th and 25.
If you're Spags, it's like, I actually didn't do anything wrong here. I did the perfect play call, and it just doesn't matter sometimes if the quarterback is that good. McDermott and Leslie Frazier should also say it, because at that point he might have been calling the plays. He probably was. They call a blitz in overtime. Milano gets there. I think Hughes maybe was the other one who gets there. And they got him dead to rights. Dead to rights. And he spins out of it somehow, takes the contact. Both Bills defenders go down, and he finds, remember the former Bill running back?
Ooh.
Who does he find for like a 40-yard gain that basically ended the game?
Former Bills running back. Was it?
There were two actually former Bills running backs who had big plays in that game.
I don't know. I'm trying to think back.
Tywan Jones.
Okay.
Got the ball down to like the 5-yard line. Watson had a 4,800-yard season. He deserved to never play in the NFL again. That's my opinion is, after what was uncovered, sexual misconduct and assault of over 20 women, you should have never played in the NFL again, and it is disgusting that he ever did. He did, and it is also dumbfounding to me that a guy that was top-tier NFL quarterback in the league suddenly can't play the position anymore.
Yeah.
After the last year in Houston, 4,800 yards, 33 touchdowns, 7 picks. In addition, 444 yards running the ball because he was mobile. Obviously, that was part of what made him great. And what possibly happened to a guy? Michael Vick, who also did heinous things in Atlanta, was unbelievable. He went away. He literally went to prison for 2 years. He goes 4 years between, because this is the common thing that is said about why Watson, other than like the universe, serving justice and karma.
Right.
The reason Watson just suddenly became terrible was, he sat out a year. He didn't play a year. And he didn't play. He had 700 days in a row without playing football. Like, okay, then how come Michael Vick basically went from 2006 to 2010 without playing quarterback, and when he came back, he was awesome?
Right.
That's the reason? Because that guy did it with 3 times the amount of time being away from the sport? I don't know.
And even Rodgers on the Achilles rupture kind of was back where he was when he was in Pittsburgh, right?
Right. And Watson was terrible, obviously, before he ruptured his Achilles. I mean, I don't think it's going to last long there. I think this will be it for him in the NFL, and good riddance.
He's only talking about an extension. Do you see that?
But he's not.
He's
the Browns, he's dreaming.
Yeah.
He's dreaming if he thinks he's getting an extension. I just also am curious what happened. Maybe a short circuit because you realize everybody in the world now knows what you did and everybody's against you.
Yeah.
And you just can't handle that load mentally.
Yeah, it's got to be a mental thing.
That could be it.
Got to be a mental thing.
But some of it does look physical because before he ruptured his Achilles, he would try to throw passes and it looked like his arm was shot. And he was 27 years old.
Mm-hmm.
How's your arm shot? Maybe his arm never was actually that great in the first place. But it's just crazy. He was a superhuman-looking quarterback in the playoff game against the Bills, and then he became the worst quarterback in the league when he came back and was in Cleveland.
Yeah.
The clip, though, coming in there about Concepcion, we can get to this, too, a little bit later. I do not think he's right that if he was there for the Bills, that they would have taken him. He was 2 picks away. And the Bills did trade down. So you could look, with Houston, by the way, you could look at that and say, well, maybe they traded down because they liked Concepcion and he wasn't there. So, all right, let's move out. But say they had drafted him. They had already acquired DJ Moore. Say they had drafted him. How would it have fit? I mean, he's a great player. He would have played. He's already showing out at Browns camp. But I'm skeptical. I feel like that would have been a much more likely idea had they not done the DJ Moore trade. Mm-hmm. And I remember thinking and wanting to be open to them picking a receiver, but now that I look back at it and think about where we've ended up with Coleman and where the fact that he's still on the team and getting first-team reps and Palmer being healthy, if you would have added Concepcion to the mix, it would have been a much more interesting battle because he would have been in line for top 3 receiver. And at that point, like, what's Josh Palmer and Keon Coleman doing here? I've got my top 3. I've got Moore, Concepcion, and Shakir. So I'm not sure. I would bet against that if he was there at 26 that the Bills would have taken him. I think they probably still would have moved out and taken TJ Parker a little bit later on. Or something defensively.
Right. You don't think that they would have just taken him and not Skylar Bell?
It's a very, very different investment.
Yeah.
Skylar Bell can be your 5th receiver and be a healthy scratch during regular season games.
And you're fine with it.
It's interesting, but it's not like a big, big story. If your first-round pick ends up somewhere like that, it's massive story.
Yeah.
And I don't think it would have got to that point anyway because I think he's so good that we would not have been talking about Concepcion not getting a jersey on game days. But we would have been talking about, like, all right, time to dump Coleman or time to dump Josh Palmer. And were they... that doesn't sound that bad to me, but would they have been into that? I guess I just would have been surprised, given where we've ended up. If you're on hold, stay there. We'll get to you right when we come back from the break. The Bills practice against the Browns yesterday. More takeaways. The preseason game tomorrow. We'll talk about that. Sal's coming up at 8 o'clock. We're going to play One and Done coming up at 7 o'clock. 1 minute on all the teams in the AFC over the last week and a half since we played last. That's next at 7. Your call's next here on WGR. Before practice yesterday, that if it went well, that they weren't going to have the need, this is not exactly how he put it, but basically did not know who was going to play in the preseason game until after he sees joint practice. He wants to get a look at how are things going to be done, how well are we executing, do we feel like we were sharp, and I would imagine because if they are sharp, then he's going to feel like I've got no need to put these guys at risk in an uncontrolled environment on Saturday in the preseason. And as much as I can tell from the beat reporters, Sal, that was on the field, and the video, because I guess they were allowed to videotape practice and post it, so we saw all the plays and we saw all the big moments that happened. I kind of feel like the Bills' offense looked sharp. And the guy that stood out the most, at least what I saw, was that Dalton Kincaid had big plays. He had one touchdown down the field where he ended up wide open. It might have been a broken coverage, honestly. So I don't know how much I want to get into. Like Kincaid wrecking the Browns defenders yesterday, just could not cover him. But
he even admitted that it was broken coverage, if I'm not mistaken. So.
Yeah. There was a red zone touchdown, though, that he scored. Also, I saw a clip of that was nice.
Mm-hmm.
So, maybe a little bit of a Kincaid day. And with all the receiver injuries that they've got, he's important. It was interesting, though, to me that there's Kincaid, and he's practicing and he's doing all the things, and he's not, he's not being held back as far as we can tell. But he's got a long black sleeve still on that leg. And I'm not going to be medical guy here and tell you what that means for the knee and, whether that's a sign of worry or not. But it doesn't have to be a sign of worry, but it's just a reminder that this guy has had a lot of problems staying on the field. And that is both being active for games and playing a lot when he is active for games. And we've done this before, this old song and dance on, like, what is his value if he is what he is and what the Bills want him to be. And he is like the toughest puzzle piece, I think, to fit in for what the Bills want, what we should want out of him overall, what they're going to do paying him. Just, it is such a tough thing to figure out because he's good, but he does not play all that much. And at the same time, I really wonder what the value of Kincaid is, even though he is good, when he makes you the most predictable offense in the league when he's on the field. And is that a good thing? Do the Bills want that? They're also yesterday were plays made by Dawson Knox that I saw, Jackson Hawes. And Matt Beauvais talked about that on the podcast with Sal. It's Always Game Day in Buffalo yesterday. I listened to their recap of what they saw on the field. And one of the first things they got into is that Jackson Hawes was making some plays down the field and that he might be the Bills' secret weapon going into this year. Like, I don't think, like, really he's going to be a target hog at all. Like, he's going to get a couple of passes thrown his way here and there. But when do the Bills feel like they are the best offense that they could be and are their most unpredictable? Because as a coordinator, you don't want the defense to know what you are doing. And do they feel like they're a better defense when Knox and Hawes are on the field? Or do they feel are better offense? Or do they feel like they're a better offense when Kincaid is on the field? Even if Kincaid is a better player. Because when Knox is out there, defense has no idea what I'm doing. When Kincaid is out there, you got a 9 out of 10 bet that they're throwing the ball, and he's going to be running a route. Knox doesn't even always have to run the route, but he might stay in, he might go out, and he's fine. He's not anything crazy, but I just am always wondering what they truly want when they have all of their tight ends available, because they all have their skills, and they are all useful players, but they are so different that, again, that is where the different personnel packages come in, how often you're running it, how often guys are getting thrown the ball, and where Knox slides into all. It's like often it's about, like, well, Kincaid can do playback. Why do I need to be doing this right now on August 21st? The 2019 playoffs. 4 minutes left in overtime, 2nd and 6. If the Bills get the sack, it's 3rd and 16. Milano and Saran Neal come in uncontested. Saran Neal spins Watson so that Milano, who's trying to obliterate him, hits Watson's back, causing him to bounce off. He escapes, and instead of 3rd and 16, now it's 1st and goal, game over. Brutal.
Tough scene.
It's all right. The Bills weren't winning the Super Bowl that year anyway.
No, not at all, but it would have been nice to see them advance.
Yeah. Max is next on the phone lines. What's up, Max?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
That playlist ran free in my head. But anyway, was watching some of the tweets yesterday. Happy with camp so far. Honestly, all I'm looking for is no injuries, and that's all I really care about. But my main point, guys, we got a problem, and it's a big bass problem. It's a serious issue. I mean, there are 32 guys in the NFL that kick footballs. And we got one that can't hit from 35 yards. It's like you could have a scratch golfer, but instead you bring your buddy who's a 14 handicap because you like him and he's a good guy. Well, what are we doing? No way would Bass make that kick that Prater did to send that game to overtime last year. It's a joke. I mean, how do we not even bring somebody in to compete with them? He wasn't even kicking in front of people. What'd they do, put up a curtain at St. John Fisher when this guy was up? I don't know. I mean, people may say I'm overreacting, but if this costs us a game, I'm going to call back, and I hope it doesn't happen, but I'll say I told you so.
Yeah.
Pretty amped up about it.
Thanks, Max, for the call. I do not think it is too early to hit the panic button on Tyler Bass.
Not at all.
I think him going away for a year made it feel like he's a more secure kicker than you thought he was. And we can get into this more because I've looked up numbers on him. I mean, we've had a year to do it. That he is one of the worst kickers in the league by percentage in the last 5 since he entered the NFL.
Yes, he is.
The numbers are not good for his career. And if you have a guy who's near the bottom of the league kicking, you should always be open to moving on from that guy. And he's the only kicker on the roster at the moment. We can get more into that, though. I've got more numbers on that to get to on Bass, and we'll talk about that with Sal, too. 803-0550 is the phone number. If you got a thought, concern on camp, let us know what you think. One and done, also in the next segment. And it's the opening of the Premier League season, and I got all the nicknames of the team, including all the new teams that are coming, including today. Coventry plays against Arsenal. All that coming up here on Jeremy and Joe. This is WGR. Do this, and both of them can't do either thing. But when I look at the best tight ends around the league, and when you look at like what Jeremy Fowler and his list, or the NFL top 100 list, like any list that you really want to look at for who are the best tight ends in football, and you'll see Trey McBride up there, and you'll see George Kittle, and you'll see Sam Laporta, and Tyler Warren, and Tucker Kraft, and Colston Loveland. Like these are the best tight ends in football now. This group. Post Kelsey, those are the guys. And all of those guys, if I'm stopping one short, I'm being a little cute on this. Like I'm not going to Kyle Pitts.
No.
Because Kyle Pitts would not be into this point. So there's like another guy out there that is like Kincaid in that I think he makes you a little more predictable because you know the things he can't do. But Loveland, Kraft, Laporta, Kittle, McBride, Bowers, to a lesser extent Bowers, but all of those other guys can do it all. And they're never leaving the field, and they're always going to be out there. And if you're playing the Lions and Sam Laporta is on the field, there's no tell from that. You have no greater sense of whether the Lions are going to run the ball here or throw the ball because Sam Laporta is on the field. When Tucker Kraft is out there for the Packers, you have no greater sense of whether the Packers are going to throw the ball or whether they are going to run the ball. And Kincaid is so different from that because the numbers from last year and what the Bills did when he was on the field, they were the most predictable offense in the league when Kincaid was on the field.
Yep.
And what's better? The more skilled, I would say more talented tight end, Dalton Kincaid being out there, but you know what's coming, or Dawson Knox, who's just a fine tight end, but you don't know. We could run it here. We could throw. He's a good blocker. He's a dangerous enough weapon. Like this could be 11 personnel throwing the ball, spreading it out. Like you don't know what we're doing when Knox is out here. There's a value versus talent argument there that I think will be interesting to see play out because we'll see it. We'll see how often the Bills are running Kincaid out onto the field. We'll see how often Knox is playing. Right. I mean, Knox does play more, and maybe that should just go to show you. Like, Knox might be more valuable. The Knox packages might be more valuable. He played 58% of the snaps last year. Kincaid didn't do that.
It's like less than 30 for Kincaid.
Right. I mean, Kincaid, there's injuries also. Mm-hmm. But even if you just take the games they play in, like it's not really, Kincaid is just hurt, and when he is active, he's playing twice as much. Like that's not it. So that room is going to be so interesting to see evolve because I can't believe the Bills want it to be the exact same way. I think they want to evolve from it, and that evolution on the short term has to be Kincaid evolves. Kincaid evolves into somebody that they can always have out there. Or not even just playing 100% of the snaps. Maybe it's like Knox. Knox is playing 60% of the snaps, but you don't know what we're doing in those 60%.
Right. He can block. He can, run out and run a route. Like, he's just got to be more well-rounded. If it were me valuing what is what, I'd rather get rid of the predictability, right, which is Kincaid in this instance, I'd rather be unpredictable on offense with mediocre tight ends than have a great tight end who's telling them exactly what you're doing.
And they have to make a decision on this next year because eventually here, what are you going to do paying him? Mm-hmm. He's got this year at $4 million, not a problem at all. That's cheap, and you don't need a guy to be a 100 reception guy on a $4 million contract. It may be nice. That's where you get, a bonus, a plus when you're drafting guys and they're star players while they're on their rookie contracts. Next year on the 5th-year option, $8 million, still relatively cheap for a tight end. So that's one more year. But contract extensions, we just saw this with Osiris Torrance. We saw it with James Cook. We've seen it with many Bills. The Bills like to do their deals the year prior to free agency. And they don't get near having to decide on the franchise tag. And I wonder here. Is this going to be another example?
You get to go against defense that you haven't seen in a non-game-like atmosphere. In practice, you seem to take more risks. The defense will take more risks too. So to get those live bullets and to see something, get your checks, understand how guys are moving, it's really awesome.
Joint practice has come and gone for the Bills in Cleveland, or Checkdown City, as some would say, as they gear up for preseason week 2 tomorrow against the Browns. Kickoff set for 1 o'clock. We'll have coverage all day, starting at 11 o'clock with pregame, and then the game cast throughout with Derek Kramer and Zach Jones, and then postgame show as well. Around the NFL, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes, dealing with a knee injury, is on track to play in Week 1 against the Broncos. Schefter also reports that 49ers tight end George Kittle, dealing with the Achilles injury, has a legitimate chance to play in Week 1 against the Rams. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports that Colts tight end Tyler Warren, dealing with a groin injury now, is going to be ready for Week 1 against the Ravens. And Puka Nacua, dealing with a groin injury as well, remains sidelined for yesterday's joint practice with the Saints. Nacua has now missed the Rams' entire slate of joint practices with the Saints. Also, a group of former college players who filed a lawsuit against the NCAA in Louisiana were granted a temporary restraining order by a federal judge that allows them to enter the transfer portal, even though some are currently on NFL rosters. In baseball, Blue Jays, they beat the Rays 5-1. The Yankees beat the Orioles 6-1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
One and done.
Tremendous imaging on the segment.
We got it. We got it.
It's a football Friday, if you will. Why not? It's a preseason football Friday.
It is.
I still don't like saying football is back. It's not. Yesterday, the Raiders are sitting Trey Tucker. You got to rest Trey Tucker. I actually like Trey Tucker. He's a good player.
I think week 1 of the preseason is the only time you can legitimately have an argument because it's the first time football games are on TV. Well, aside from the Hall of Fame game, which sometimes isn't even played. But I would say week 1 of the preseason, you could still argue potentially is one of those times you can say it. After that, it's not until the regular season starts. You can't.
Yep.
We just can't do it. We're omitting the Bills, right, from the AFC as we do this?
Yes, we are.
We talk enough about them?
Yeah. And we will talk plenty more about them as well.
It's true.
Well, let's start in the AFC West because we'll start with the Chargers from last night.
Los Angeles Chargers.
I guess I go. You're ready to go on all
I'm
these,
ready.
right?
I've got them all, yeah.
Justin Herbert played yesterday, and that is he did not really play. He threw 2 passes.
He did.
One short one, and then another one where he threw it over the guy's head.
Yeah.
And that's it. The Chargers, though, this week lost their center for the year.
That's the big thing for me. Another lineman for Justin Herbert goes down.
That was the playoff game last year. They just couldn't block, so that ended their season. And those were the tackles. If the tackles stay healthy, then that's, to me, more important. But, yeah, not a great start for the Chargers, already losing their center. And Harbaugh continues to give interviews and press conferences where he just seems to be a little off.
He loves
days.
Mike McDaniel, though. That's the one thing he'll say in every one of those.
Yeah, a lot of awkward interviews I'm noticing with him lately.
Yeah, I would agree. I still like them to potentially win the division, but
the New York Jets.
We're going to bounce everywhere here.
The New York Jets. Okay, there was a report that they were trying to trade for Mason Rudolph.
Okay.
As a backup option to Geno Smith.
Well, they tried to get Russell Wilson.
Okay,
remember that?
That's right.
They offered him the deal to be Geno's backup, and he said no.
Yeah, right, because he was once the starter with Geno as the backup.
Yes.
Right. That would be funny. So Breece Hall goes down with an injury. They have, though, 2 good young running backs behind him. Isaiah Davis and Braylon Allen.
Yes.
Braylon Allen is the big one.
Braylon Allen.
Breece Hall, looking back, he was in the same draft class as James Cook. Maybe this is going to come off like a hot take. I actually don't think Breece Hall is a worse running back than James Cook. I think they're pretty similar.
I think the situation is just dire there.
All about situation. Like, you're on the Jets bad line.
We'll get back.
The Travis Hunter experiment continues.
Yes.
Do
we think they'll be as good as they were last year?
It's like Kincaid on steroids, talking about like how they're going to use Kincaid, and I can't figure out what they want to do. Hunter is that times 100.
Yeah.
Like, what do they really want from this? And it's a lot to figure out. I do think they're going to be as good as they were last year because I've mentioned this before, but they are the only team right now that I have a NFL futures bet on. I have them to win the AFC.
This season?
Yeah, at pretty long odds. But I was on record last playoffs. I thought the best two teams in the AFC were the Bills and the Jaguars, and I still believe they were the two best teams.
Yeah.
The Bills should have beat Denver, and the Jags gave them a fight all the way to the end. And I think if the Jags had played the Patriots or the Broncos, they would have won.
Yeah, I agree.
You'll never see it tested, but they're at least as good as those teams, in my opinion.
Cleveland Browns.
Talked a lot about the Browns yesterday. They are what should I want if I'm Cleveland? I want to go 1-16.
You want to be bad.
I want to be terrible. There are a couple teams in the league I'd want to be terrible if I were you.
Especially with this draft class incoming.
Yep.
It's better than this past year.
The only thing I can't figure out is if I want Monken to stay. And I think my answer is no. I think he's a good sacrificial lamb. You're going to be here for a year. You get a good contract, get a good payday, and then we'll see you later.
I appreciate him being as honest as he is, though. He'll go up there and tell if it's bad, he'll let you know everything. Like, he's not going to hide anything.
But he is not an inspiring coach hire to me. And if I get a top draft pick and a top rookie quarterback, I'm going to want to pair him with somebody different.
Yeah. Sean McDermott?
Ooh. Would I rather? Yeah, more than Monken.
Yeah. Agreed.
Although I'd want an offensive guy.
Patriots.
The Patriots. So yesterday, they had joint practice with the Eagles this week, which is really interesting because of A.J. Brown.
Yes.
And on Wednesday, A.J. Brown didn't really talk to any of his old Eagles teammates. And
you said Big Dom was the only one that he interacted with?
He shook hands with Big Dom. Then he did a press conference and said that he got asked, I've not talked to Jalen Hurts since the trade, and he was trying to avoid the question. Yesterday, we saw a video of him and Hurts looking like they're having their first conversation since the trade, and it looked friendly and reading lips tough, right? But
you got those lip readers online that are going to do whatever they want.
Yeah, it came off like he was saying, "Hey man, I'm sorry for all the stuff. Like it's gotten out of hand."
Yeah.
And can we just be adults about this? Like they were laughing. So that's a conversation we've never seen Allen and Diggs have.
No. Maybe they have behind the scenes. We don't know, but
right. Not in front of Raiders. I mentioned they're sitting Trey Tucker yesterday in the preseason.
Mm-hmm.
If you watch some of the film guys on Trey Tucker, he's a 5'9" perimeter receiver that has crazy speed, that was not a highly drafted player, third-round pick, and was more of a returner for a couple of years. Last year, more of a receiver. He, I think, is really good, and I think that's a tell. I think he's their number one wide receiver. I mean, Brock Bowers is their number one weapon.
Sure.
And maybe even Genty is second. But their number one wide receiver is Trey Tucker. That's not necessarily that good when you look around the league. I'd rather him be my number 2 or my number 3 more so. But they also paid Jalen Naylor this offseason from the Vikings. And he played last night.
Yeah,
Tucker
he
didn't. I think that's a sign that they right now view Tucker in a higher regard.
Yeah, and I'll get in here quick. When Mendoza starts, I think in 3 games he loses the locker room after he tries a pep speech after they lose 3 games or whatever.
Tennessee Titans.
That was very effortlessly timed there. I wonder if Joe's giving himself an extra 2 seconds if he's the one talking.
I'm staring at the clock.
We have no way of knowing unless we're counting on our watch if he's giving himself any extra time here.
No extra time for me.
I'm eating into the Titans time with this.
So much to talk about.
Although, I don't know what's really happening with the Titans right now. I know they have an overhauled secondary I was reading about. They have a new stadium that's on the way.
That's a foot from the old one, literally.
Yeah. I'll say this. Some of these might be fantasy because, we can make this a bit of a fantasy Friday. Tony Pollard is one of the boring picks in your draft that you should make that no one is going to go, you know what everyone's reaction is going to be? I'll take Tony Pollard. Ugh.
Yeah, right. He's sitting on my bench in a dynasty league.
Guess what, though? He's got 4 consecutive 1,000-yard seasons, and he just got a better offensive coordinator.
Steelers.
Aaron Rodgers taking photo shoots for his last season.
Yep. He's kind of had a little bit of a redemption arc, if you will, minus going on McAfee and saying all that crap with his family and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
That yes.
So,
he did have a COVID rant though recently on ESPN.
Okay.
So
yeah.
like, he's not.
Maybe not. Retract the statement.
Yesterday we had a Steelers fan call in who said he's excited about the potential of Will Howard being their long-term quarterback.
Yeah.
Not his exact words. And
I was a big Will Howard guy.
I don't.
John Gruden compared him to Josh Allen, and then everyone got all excited about it.
I'm a pretty loyal fan. Like, I can't remember ever changing teams. I've been a Blue Jays fan since I was in T-ball. I've been a Denver Nuggets fan since I was 9 years old. Bills and Sabres, obviously, would never change.
Yeah.
Liverpool, since I was in college, never changed. If I were a Steelers fan, I think I'd have to consider changing my fandom. I just don't think I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could live that life. The Dolphins. We had yesterday Jeff Hafley, block or no rock, right?
Block or no rock, yeah.
For the wide receivers.
Don't block, no rock.
You know,
I like him.
I was just going to say that. Like, he is giving off McDermott vibes.
Yes, he is. The first press conference, he said something not verbatim, but along the lines of trust the process. And I was like, okay, they got their Sean McDermott to rebuild this thing.
He's a defensive mind, but he's a process guy. He is, I think, probably going to make them more reputable off the field than maybe they were before.
Yeah, hold them accountable a little bit.
It doesn't mean they'll be good.
They got in a big fight yesterday with the Giants.
I saw that. They're going to need talent, and they have none of it right now. But yeah, I think I'm off to liking him. The Denver Broncos. So Benjamin Albright was on with Mike Shope yesterday, and they were going into it on Davis Webb. Davis Webb is the play caller now, not Sean Payton.
Yes.
And they have more motion in the offense now. They're breaking the huddle quicker. So there are some updated things that are coming to their offense. I think their offense is going to be better than it was last year. Jalen Waddle added to that mix should make that happen.
If he's healthy, and that's going to be the question there.
But I'm still not a Bo Nix guy. And part of that is you can't just look at the counting stats. You don't even have to look at like EPA per play. All you got to look at is he was, I think, the first quarterback in like 25 years to lead the NFL in attempts and not reach 4,000 yards passing. Like, yards per attempt wasn't there. He almost threw for 4,000 because he threw 600 times. That's not good.
No, it's not.
Houston, Texas.
I think them losing Jaden Higgins this week is a big deal. I think that was a good player that was ready for an ascension in year 2 after a strong rookie season, and they have nothing else at the position that is reliable. Like that, it's a bad injury when you're excited about the guy and he's young and he's in his second year and he's cheap and he's a starter. It makes it even worse when you just don't have depth behind him.
No.
And I think they will be in the market to sign a guy. I don't know how they couldn't be.
Yeah.
Right now it's Jalen Knoll, Xavier Hutchinson. Just none of these names are even worth mentioning.
No, they're not. I will say I don't mind the running back room with David Montgomery and Woody Marks. Woody Marks had a solid season last year. David Montgomery coming from Detroit. Stroud, though, if we're going to use aura as a metric, lacks aura. That's like the new thing. Just walking onto the field yesterday, he had nothing. There's nothing to him.
Cincinnati Bengals.
The Cincinnati Bengals. All right, this week for the Cincinnati Bengals, they've been struggling on offense, I saw.
They have.
In particular, they are running more under center, and that's not something they've done a lot of with Burrow. They've done some of it. They're trying to maybe bleed more like play action and 12 personnel into the offense. Given that they have 2 star receivers now and they don't really have a solid third guy, so let's do more 2 tight end stuff. Let's give the ball to Chase Brown and then let's run play action and hit Jamar Chase over the top. So their offense could look a little different this season. We've debated whether Zach Taylor is like a candidate to be fired, and I still just.
Well, did you hear what Joe Burrow was saying yesterday?
What?
Oh, we're out of time. Sorry.
Kansas City Chiefs.
We'll have to get to that later.
Never know. Enough of the Cyrus Allen hype.
Yes, please.
5th-round rookie, enough.
Please.
Saw Justin Fields yesterday a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Mahomes is going to start week 1 more than likely. So.
He's going to start week 1. Fields, though, I think you are going to see in red zone packages.
Really?
I think so. I think
they use him as a running quarterback kind of a thing?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think you're going to see
exactly
him in
what
red
the
zone
Steelers
stuff.
did, pretty much?
Similar. The Steelers like to do 3rd and short stuff or 4th and short stuff with him.
Doesn't that get predictable? Like, you know when Mahomes isn't out, you know what to expect. Like, I feel like we're talking about Kincaid making the Bills predictable.
I think the problem when teams do that with a running quarterback is they don't throw the ball enough. They have the guy out there because he's an option to run or throw, but then they only ever run it. And
so you use Fields for a little bit of both in red zone. I get what you're saying.
I think coaches are afraid to have the second guy throw it because then why wouldn't you just have the starter throw it?
Sure.
Well, you're doing it for the misdirection.
Yeah,
but then they
playing a
never.
mind game.
But then they never do it. So at that point, why not just have a running back?
Indianapolis Colts.
I've been on them this week. I think that's the team I least want to be in the NFL right now.
Yeah. Little scary.
Keenan Allen showed up yesterday to practice his first one. He might not have actually practiced, but he arrived at practice yesterday. And, the Keenan Allen signing this week, I think he is maybe underrated in his career. Do you know where he ranks all time in receptions?
Ooh, top 10?
He's 10th all time in receptions.
Yeah.
That's 10th among receivers.
Okay. So
how many catches do you think he'll have this year? Just throw a number out there. Anything you want.
Probably, I would say like 40 to 50, something like that.
Let's say 50 catches.
Mm-hmm.
If he has 50 catches this year, he will be 5th all-time among receivers in receptions, only behind Marvin Harrison, Chris Carter, Larry Fitzgerald, and Jerry Rice.
Wow. That's unbelievable.
All right, Baltimore. They have a rookie tight end that had a really good preseason opener that I like a lot. Matt Hibner. He was a 4th-round pick. Is
that a fantasy look there? Should people be looking there?
Yeah, but you got to be in a deep league to be looking at him.
Dynasty?
Yeah, Dynasty at the very end of your draft, maybe. I mean, they loved Isaiah Likely. They used him a lot, and they only replaced Isaiah Likely with 2 mid-round rookies.
Mm-hmm.
And Mark Andrews is old, so yeah, like that's a guy. Jacoby Lane's the one who's been getting all the accolades, but Jacoby Lane, like the separation numbers in college, like I don't know. I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid on him right now. I think Baltimore's excited because they haven't had a good receiver outside of Zay Flowers in like 6 years.
Yeah.
So anybody's
an upgrade
that's coming in and looking impressive, I think was going
to be and done.
We do have the NFC. I don't know if you want to get into that at all, but we can save that for another day.
Let's save that for another day. Yeah. I'm not ready to go on the NFC. What's going on in the NFC right now? One thing that's interesting in the NFC right now. It would have been the Eagles this week for me. That A.J. Brown practice between the Quinyon Mitchell, A.J. Brown matchups that we were seeing were fun. And you had a lot of drama there, but at least for a day until, again, you saw Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown slapping it up, and all's good there, I guess, is the way to look at it.
I guess, yeah.
One other thing, can I add in something on the Chargers as another fantasy point from yesterday?
I was going to see if we could revisit the Bengals thing, too, so yeah, let's go.
The Chargers have Aronde Gadsden at tight end.
Mm-hmm.
Really good rookie year, Syracuse guy, and a lot of hype going into year 2 for him. Like, they get Mike McDaniel, should be good for him, right? Then they signed David Njoku, and it's, wait a minute. I don't know about Gadsden now because Njoku's been a good starting tight end for a long time who does it all.
Mm-hmm.
And yesterday, who rested with the starters? It wasn't Gadsden, and it wasn't Njoku. It was Charlie Kohler, the blocking tight end.
Yeah.
And this, again, tight end right now in the league, every team is figuring out what they like. How it many times is going to just figure, it's going to figure what does the player the player fit into the offense is sometimes more important than how good the player actually is, how dangerous the player actually is. Charlie Kolar is a blocking tight end, and Mike McDaniel must just want a blocking tight end. And there's been a lot of smoke about that in their training camp, that he could be the guy that plays the most. Is he a better pass catcher than Gadsden or Njoku? Absolutely not.
Mm-hmm.
But the way the league has gone, the running back is back. Fullbacks are even back a little bit. But I think I want to argue the position that's had the biggest glow up as defenses have dared offenses to run the ball has been the blocking tight end. They were basically gone, weren't they?
They were non-existent. No one wanted a blocking tight end at all because they just wanted the Gronkowski. They wanted a Travis Kelce. They wanted a Kittle. And, yeah, they could block a little bit, don't get me wrong, but they wanted more of the receiving upside. Now you want a Jackson Hawes. You want these guys on your team.
Like in 2000, in the 2000s during the Bills drought, like a lot of those Bills tight ends were not dangerous receiving tight ends at all. And some of those guys would only block. And the Bills drafted Jackson Hawes, and a lot of other teams have done similar things. We mentioned earlier the Jaguars are one of these teams, and add the Chargers to the mix. They didn't draft a guy, but they signed a guy.
Mm-hmm.
That these tight ends that are just blockers, like they would not have seen the field 5, 6, 7 years ago when Allen and Mahomes and Jackson were first really breaking into the league. Maybe in Baltimore they might have. And they used Pat Ricard a lot, right?
Yeah.
Who's a fullback, tight end, kind of, crossbreed for that. But now, maybe it's most teams have a guy that's playing a lot at tight end where, yeah, he'll catch a couple balls, but it's not what he's here for. He's there to block. And that is going to be that's going to be Jackson Hawes this year.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what kind of odds could I get? How crazy would it be?
Oh, man.
To think that Jackson Hawes could lead the Bills tight ends in snaps this year. The only thing that would draw back from that is if the Bills are truly going to open it up more and they're going to throw it more because DJ Moore is on the team now, then that would decrease the opportunity for Hawes to be on the field.
Right.
I would think.
Well, it depends if Kincaid can stay healthy because he might be forced out onto the field at that point.
But last year, as a rookie, he played 43% of the snaps on offense, more than Kincaid. Knox was at 58%. So, there's a can he go up 7% and Knox come down 7% and they basically meet in the middle? If he's going to catch the ball a little bit more, last year it was 16 receptions.
Maybe. You're also not feeling the pressure for Knox now to keep him out there contract-wise. It's a little better for you now.
Right, he's cheaper than he was before. 803-0550 is the phone number. Sal's coming up at 8 o'clock. When we come back, it's opening day in the Premier League, and we're going to guess at some nicknames for these Premier League teams, which are always tougher because that's not the name you ever see on the screen. Right. It's like truly a nickname. Like some of them are even maybe unofficial. So Premier League opening, Bills observations from joint practice, and we had a caller at the end of the 6 o'clock hour ask about Tyler Bass. And I've got some numbers on Bass that I think should have everybody feel like we should be open to moving off of him at some point during the year if it's not going well. And yesterday, he missed a 35-yarder. He missed another kick in the 40-yard range. So there have been a couple of hiccups there for him already coming back. 803-0550 is the phone number. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
Against defense that you haven't seen in a non-game-like atmosphere. In practice, you seem to take more risks. The defense will take more risks too. So to get those live bullets and to see something, get your checks, understand how guys are moving, it's really awesome.
Joint practice come and gone for the Bills in Cleveland, or Checkdown City, some would say, as they gear up for preseason week 2 tomorrow against the Browns. Kickoff set for 1 o'clock. We'll have you covered all day, starting at 11 o'clock with pregame, then the game cast throughout the game, and then postgame show as well. Around the NFL, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes, dealing with a knee injury, is on track to play in week 1 against the Broncos. Schefter also reports that 49ers tight end George Kittle, dealing with the Achilles injury, has a legitimate chance to play against the Rams in week 1. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports that Colts tight end Tyler Warren, dealing with the groin injury, going to be ready for week 1 against the Ravens. And Puka Nacua, dealing with a groin injury as well, remains sidelined for yesterday's joint practice with the Saints. Nacua has now missed the Rams' entire slate of Saints practices. And a group of former college players who filed a lawsuit against the NCAA in Louisiana were granted a temporary restraining order by a federal judge that allows them to enter the transfer portal, even though some are currently on NFL rosters. And in baseball, the Blue Jays, they beat the Rays 5-1, and the Yankees beat the Orioles 6-1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Day in the English Premier League. Big deal around these parts. Joe Cali, did we ever pick a team for you?
I landed on Tottenham. It was between Tottenham and Tom Brady's team because of the 12 smokestacks chimneys that they put up.
All right.
So I'm going to be tracking Tottenham this year. Figured born in 2 droughts, might as well start with a team I know they're a powerhouse, but they're not great now.
They have no trophy history, basically.
So why not start with one?
Well, now that you are a big English Premier League fan, you're going to have to get to know these teams.
Okay.
Today, the opening game, Arsenal and Coventry, who is in the Premier League for the first time since 2000-2001. And Arsenal, your defending champions, who
Jeremy roots for.
Continues to point out over and over and over that everybody thinks they're going to win the title again this year.
I know, the group chat always the other day, just Arsenal. I think you sent that, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I would pick them to win the title, but, I'll take the field. Maybe I'll take the field. 3 o'clock today for that game. All right, nicknames. So you're a Tottenham, you're Spurs, or I just gave it away. You knew Spurs, though.
Yeah, the Spurs.
Do you know their other nickname?
No, I do not.
The Lily Whites.
Why is that?
Don't. This is going to be an exercise where I cannot tell you why these things are the way they are, but that's their nickname.
Okay.
Starting at the top. How many of these are you going to know? You could also just take terrible guesses if you want. Arsenal. What is Arsenal's nickname? Think about the logo. What's on the logo?
Okay. The Gunners.
Pull up. Got it. The Gunners.
I've got a photo with every league team image.
Perfect.
So this is how I'm operating today.
Aston Villa.
Villa.
Mm-hmm.
Villains?
The Villains.
Okay.
Wow, 2 for 2. He might not get another one.
No.
But this is a great start. This is the Browns starting 2-0 this season, if they were to do that. Bournemouth. Bournemouth's nickname.
The babies, they're born. I don't know.
The Cherries.
The Cherries, okay.
The babies. Brentford is the Bees.
Okay.
This one I think is gettable. Brighton and Hove. Take a look at the logo. Brighton and Hove. Premier League starts today. This is a good team. This is usually middle of the road. They could be a little higher than that.
They're a bit reminiscent of the Seattle Seahawks here. Brighton and Hove.
The logo, yeah.
The logo is just a seagull.
They are the Seagulls.
Is that just legitimately the nickname?
Correct.
Okay.
Chelsea, one of the powerhouse 5 clubs in the Premier League. What is Chelsea's nickname?
Like the Griffin? I don't know what, to go off of.
It does kind of look like a griffin.
A little bit, minus the wings, if you will.
But they are the Blues.
Just the Blues, okay.
They're just the Blues.
A lot of blue in that logo. That makes sense.
Coventry City, which has a very interesting logo. It's a silver bird, a phoenix, an elephant nurse, right? Like, it's an elephant, but it's got the red cross on it, and then a castle.
Coventry City.
And, of course, they are the Sky Blues.
Okay.
Nothing to do with the crust at all.
That makes no sense.
Nothing to do with it.
Okay.
Crystal Palace are the Eagles.
Okay. Crystal Palace Eagles. I think I could have gotten there.
Everton, who think they are... I don't need to go hard against Everton here.
I think this might
like
be...
a little baby brother for
my
Liverpool.
My uncle's favorite team.
They are. Always 9th, except they've been worse than that recently. The Toffees.
The Toffees, okay.
You got the Toffees for Everton. Fulham are the Cottagers.
Like the NHL insiders right now in the GMs.
Right, and the Cottage. Hull City. Hull City you should be able to get. You got the logo of Hull City there?
Yeah, you want to describe it to me? I'm looking at small text if you don't mind.
If I described it to you, it would be the giveaway, which is the Tigers.
Oh, okay.
It's a tiger.
Gotcha.
Ipswich Town, the Tractor Boys.
Tractor Boys.
Leeds United, the Peacocks. Liverpool, the Reds. Manchester City, the Citizens.
I can't get behind.
Terrible.
I can't get behind that.
I also have the Sky Blues listed for Manchester City, but we have Coventry now, and they can't both be the Sky Blues, so I think Manchester City has to stick with just the Citizens, as bad as it is. Manchester United, the Red Devils. Owen's not here, but that's his club.
His affiliation.
Newcastle, the Magpies. Nottingham Forest, the Tricky Trees.
The Tricky Trees?
I think that's my favorite one.
It wouldn't just be the Forest or anything like that?
No. That's the name. You need a nickname off the real name. So the Tricky Trees.
Okay. I kind of like that.
Sunderland is the Black Cats. And then, as you mentioned, Tottenham is the Lily Whites. No, sorry, the Spurs. They're one of the only clubs that I feel like the nickname is used more regularly than the actual team name is.
Yeah, because I remember Tottenham, the Hotspurs, being mentioned because that's what the Bill Stadium's kind of based off of, and that was going around. Like, if you're going to London, because that's where they play the London games.
Yep,
that's what you'll be getting a similar experience of what Highmark could look like. So.
Love the Premier League. Back today and this weekend. I mean, you got a 7:30 a.m. game tomorrow. Manchester United.
Oh, that couldn't be better.
And Hull.
I got to be honest.
I gotta wait till 11:30 on Sunday for Liverpool. Come on.
11:30 a.m.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's any sport with the early times now. Doing this is nice. I'll say that.
Yeah. Morning
sports. Not up
late. Morning sports are back.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that starts today. When we come back, Pat Hammer is going to join the show. And we'll take a look at some of the weather for both tomorrow's game quickly in Cleveland. Maybe you're going. And then also next Saturday's preseason game for the Bills. That is Kids Day against the Steelers. And I've been Thursday. And I know that the secondary market has been a little higher than it was maybe for the first game. And if the weather looks good, then maybe that'll hold. So Pat coming up next. Bills and Browns tomorrow. Sal at 8 o'clock. And we'll talk all about joint practice against Cleveland and what we think we're going to see going into tomorrow for who's going to play, who's not going to play, and as much detail as we can get into on that with Sal. That's coming up at 8 here on WGR. Hey, it's Sneaky. All right, quick check-in on what we're looking at tomorrow, and then, of course, the Bills host Pittsburgh in preseason game number 3 on Thursday. Also got a fall question to get to with Pat as well. Pat Hammer from WGR now on the Wester Hotline. Morning, Pat.
Hey, good morning. How are you, Joe?
Pretty good. Are you staring at the Cleveland forecast for tomorrow? Or I saw we could get the rain or even more than that.
Yeah, no, I'm focused on it as well because, focus you are as to whether or not some thunderstorms are going to be affecting the game on Saturday. Bottom line is, I would say tomorrow, late afternoon, evening, Cleveland is going to have some thunderstorms, some of which could be strong, are going to roll through. Okay, but that's in the evening. Okay, the best chance of this is after 4 p.m. Of course, it's a 1 o'clock. So the chance is far less before 4 o'clock.
Hey, Pat, we're gonna put you on hold for a moment, and we're gonna get you back on the line just because we had a tough connection there. Started getting to it a little bit on the thunderstorms and whatnot, but not totally. Yeah, 1 o'clock, by the way, for kickoff tomorrow for Bills and Browns, and 11 a.m. we'll have coverage here on WGR. And what we learned from the Bills yesterday was not much because Joe Brady talked before practice. And he said it's going to be determined based on what happens in joint practice. My guess, though, I would bet heavily we do not see Josh Allen tomorrow. And, hey, if there's any rain, there have been times in the past where, I think this happened in Pittsburgh a couple years ago, where the Bills were planning on playing the starters, and then the rain hit, and at least with Allen, maybe I don't know if they did it with others, but Allen, they decided, wet field, let's maybe shy away from this. Anyways, go ahead, Pat. We were just starting to get into on when we could be looking at thunderstorms in Cleveland.
My 18-year-old was messing with my router, my Wi-Fi box, so he could game with his buddies. So I apologize. Anyway. This may be a scenario similar to that. There is a threat of rain, okay? As I said earlier, the best chance is after 4, which is after the game. However, oftentimes when these fronts approach, and that'll be the case Saturday, thunderstorms can pop out ahead of it. So I'm going to put a chance of a thunder shower at kickoff at about 30 to 40%. By the fourth quarter, at about 50 to 60%, okay? So for that threat alone, I got to believe, if the decision wasn't made already, let's put Josh in bubble wrap. I just feel like the threat is there, so why risk it? And, of course, a wet field is no good. So do we escape the game without rain? Yeah, there's a chance of that. But, again, the risk is close enough. In the summertime, thunderstorm timing literally comes down to the quarter hour. You could be off 10 or 15 minutes, and that can make a world of difference. So the threat is there. So I would plan on a chance of showers during the game.
Can you tell whether it's the chance is severe enough that the storm would be strong enough that we'd be talking about like the game being delayed or no?
Yeah, I know this happened a couple years ago with in Kansas City. We had a lightning delay. These are the kind of storms that would produce lightning. These are the kind of storms that would produce a downpour. These are the kind of storms that could go severe. So for that reason, that's in play as well. Again, the hope is that all of this holds off.
Yep.
And that's, again, if you were to ask me if this game is a 7 p.m. kickoff, I'd be like, okay, the chance of rain is up to like 90%.
Right.
It's warranted enough to keep an eye on that chance. It's pretty good tomorrow.
And what about for Thursday's game at the stadium against Pittsburgh? Looking pretty good?
So there's another system coming at us on Thursday, all right? Once again, this looks to be something that arrives, again, today's Friday, rather, so we're talking about 6 days from now. It's expected to arrive Thursday night. What time is the kickoff on Thursday?
7, I believe.
Yeah, okay. It's going to be a close call, all right? Showers are possible as early as Thursday afternoon. Thursday night into Friday, they become likely. So weather may be an issue for that game Thursday night, giving us a second opportunity to see who gets wet and who doesn't at the stadium like we did a couple weeks ago. So, again, that's a little ways off, but the threat of showers is there for that game Thursday, too.
Okay. Last thing for you, Pat. I saw a tweet earlier in the week about the fall foliage starting to come for Alaska. Like we're not there yet here, but like I saw a map in Alaska where it's already starting up there. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say I saw a leaf in our own neighborhood the other day, and I gave it a second look. No, it was just a dead one. It wasn't, but it was like, wait, no.
Right.
Really? And I'm like, no, not yet. But Alaska. Up along the Brooks Range out there and near Denali, way up in central Alaska. Yeah, I mean, you got to remember, they're losing like a minute or two of daylight a day at this point with the seasons changing. So that's about on target. We're about a month away before seeing the first signs of it. And then a month and a half away from our color change. But,
Is it all daylight, or, like, how much can weather impact when that arrives?
It's temperature. It's your overnight lows. That really gets the leaves changing. There's a couple of factors. It's the amount of daylight, of course, during the day. So you have more darkness at night, cooler temperatures. That breaks down, not to get in the weeds, but basically that starts the process. Rain helps or mutes has an effect too.
Yeah.
But for Alaska, it's the fact that your lows are now getting into the 30s and 40s, and boom, our first signs of hashtag it's coming.
Yeah. Sorry, not last thing. There was one more thing I wanted to get to with you, because new stadium, like we're going to be learning a lot this year, and later in the year, especially when there is snow. I had someone ask me yesterday, hey, all these glass panels in front of seats, it's looking through glass right now, but what's that going to look like when it's cold and it's snowy? And we'll learn about the canopy for that. But I know I ask you this almost every year, and it's not exact. But is there any sense right now at like what type of winter we're headed for based on where we're at right now?
Yeah, there's a pretty big signal right now, Joe, and something you're going to hear about every single day in every media outlet you listen to, and that's El Nino, okay? That's going to become the buzzword of this winter. El Nino is developing. It's basically a global weather pattern that takes over when the ocean really begins to warm up in the tropical Pacific. El Ninos usually bring warmer winters here and normal to slightly below normal snowfall, okay? This El Nino is off the charts, maybe the strongest in recorded history, okay? It's a big deal. What is it going to have on our weather this winter? Nobody knows, because this El Nino is going to be so strong. As strong, or if not stronger, than the strongest one ever, which was in 1877. We're going that far back. So if you were to pin me down right now, I would say the chances are higher that this winter will be warmer than average, okay?
Okay.
And snowfall, we are still going to get snow. More of it is going to come from like big nor'easters or big storms coming up the East Coast, less lake effect, because the cold air will arrive, but just not that often.
Gotcha. Thank you, Pat.
Okay, bye, guys.
Fridays with Pat Hammer. All right, so we'll be tracking that later in the season. Non-lake effect snow, nor'easter. Okay, maybe that changes the direction the snow's coming in the stadium and my lake theory. Well, we'll have more time to get to it with Pat over the year. Sal, coming up next. What happened at Bills practice against the Browns? Dalton Kincaid showing out, injury stuff, C.J. Gardner-Johnson shouting things at the Browns. That's all next.
I am El Nino. All other tropical storms must bow before El Nino.
You get to go against defense that you haven't seen in a non-game-like atmosphere. In practice, you seem to take more risks. The defense will take more risks too. So to get those live bullets and to see something, get your checks, understand how guys are moving, it's really awesome.
Joint practice come and gone for the Bills in Cleveland, or in Checkdown City, some would say, as they gear up for preseason week 2 tomorrow against the Browns. Kickoff set for 1 o'clock. We'll have you covered all day, starting at 11 o'clock with pregame, Brayton Wilson, Paul Hamilton, then the game cast throughout, Derek Kramer, Zach Jones, then the postgame show as well. Around the NFL, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes dealing with a knee injury. He's on track to play in Week 1 against the Broncos. Schefter also reports that 49ers tight end George Kittle, dealing with an Achilles injury, has a, quote, legitimate chance to play in Week 1 against the Rams. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports that Colts tight end Tyler Warren, dealing with the groin injury now, is going to be ready for Week 1 against the Ravens. Puka Nacua, still dealing with a groin injury as well, remained sidelined for yesterday's joint practice with the Saints. Nacua has now missed the Rams' entire slate of Saints practices. And a group of former college football players who filed a lawsuit against the NCAA in Louisiana were granted a temporary restraining order by a federal judge that allows them to enter the transfer portal, even though some are currently on NFL rosters. In baseball, Blue Jays, they beat the Rays 5-1, and the Yankees, they beat the Orioles 6-1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
From Ohio, Sal Capaccio now on the Wester hotline. The Bills having joint practice with the Browns yesterday, and preseason game number 2 tomorrow at 1 o'clock. We just talked briefly with Pat Hammer. There's a chance of thunderstorms right at the beginning and even through the game. So we'll see what kind of game weather-wise we get. But Sal, from all the clips, it looked like a beautiful day yesterday.
No, it was great yesterday. Actually, got hot out. Didn't start off that day. Actually thought it could rain in the afternoon, but that kind of went away pretty quickly. It was pretty cloudy, but then once the sun came out, it got hot. And the Bills have been practicing early morning in training camp. I think they're going to have afternoon practice during the season. So to have a mid-afternoon practice, 1:20 p.m. is when it started, a little bit hotter than what we've been used to as well.
All right. Was it grass, by the way, the Browns field? Or is it turf?
Yes,
it's
it
grass.
was grass field. So they have a training facility. It's probably a little closer to Cleveland than Orchard Park is to Buffalo, but not much. So about 20 minutes outside at tops. It's in Berea. I said it wrong a few times, and yesterday people let me know. Not Berea, it's Berea. So it's in Berea, and it's a nice training complex. It's not a college stadium. They bring in auxiliary bleachers, but they have 2 large fields. It looks a lot like the Bills' practice field outside their field house, but maybe a little more space because they want, you put bleachers there and there for fans. There were no fans there yesterday, though, other than looked like maybe some VIP corporate people, maybe about 50 to 100 of those tops, and that was it.
So there's a lot to get to on what happened on the field, Sal, but how about before we do that, like what Joe Brady said right before, and then also the injury report. The Barnes Firm injury report brought to you by the Barnes Firm car crash. You got to call the Barnes Firm 1-800-8-million. So we got what we expected, right? Like Brady said that the joint practice would determine whether they play guys on Saturday, who plays on Saturday. And then also what we saw injury-wise wasn't that different, right? Unless am I missing a change from their last practice?
The injury situation hasn't changed much. They did not have a lot of the same guys they haven't had. That includes 4 receivers. There was one new injury, an injured receiver. That is Dante Pettis. So add him to the injured wide receiver group. So no Keon Coleman with a walking boot on once again. Khalil Shakir, a lot of us in the media thought maybe a vet rest day because we don't get these updates right now on exactly what it is when he missed the open practice Tuesday. Not the case because he didn't practice again in this setting. So he was out. So you got Keon out. You got Khalil Shakir out. You still have, who am I missing here? Skylar Bell. Skylar Bell was out, but he came out to practice and did work on the side with the trainer with his helmet on. So that's good news. That's encouraging. It means he's kind of getting close, I guess. and Dante Pettis, add him to the mix. So there's 4 receivers right there. C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Ty Johnson, both were out on the field, walking around with their position groups, but not practicing. So at least we saw them. Same thing with Connor McGovern. We did not see Ed Oliver at all. So I don't know if he was present, didn't make the trip, but he wasn't out there. And, when it comes to the updates from Joe Brady, again, he even said, I'm going to have to tell you guys more in a couple weeks when the rules change, but he's not doing that right now. He's not going to tell us anything right now. We're just kind of have to wait and see, so to speak, on what happens.
And in terms of what he said about who will play tomorrow, would we be guessing at this point? But especially, thinking about like if there's weather tomorrow, Sal, like this was not Brady as the head coach, this was McDermott. But there were times in the past where it was in Pittsburgh where I remember right where Allen was going to play and then didn't because of the rain.
Yep.
And maybe that doesn't matter here because if he looked sharp yesterday, and at least from your feed and other videos I saw, I mean, it seemed that way. Maybe they don't feel like they need to play him.
If Joe Brady, if his messaging stays on point from what he said yesterday, I can't imagine the starters playing. And the reason is what he basically said was, in an ideal world, you'd love them to get a lot of good work in, and then you don't have to play them on Saturday. And I'm going to tell you, Joe, I've been a part of it, try to count, I think 5 of these joint practices now. This is I think the best one from that standpoint that I've ever covered. And what I mean is just really good work on both sides. The starters played a lot. There was none of the nonsense. There was some minor pushing and shoving every once in a while, but nothing that took away from even moving on to the next play. And the starters played a lot. I can't imagine if Joe Brady told his team the same thing he told us, which is you go out there, you put in a hard day's work, and we're going to lay off you on Saturday, that he wouldn't do that, because I think that happened. I was very impressed with the professional way that this was conducted by both organizations. And what I mean by that is you look around the league, you see these fights that are happening, you see all the nonsense and the stuff that's happening to take away from the practice. They got good work in yesterday. They got efficient work in yesterday. I'd be surprised if we saw the starters. The other difference is, if I remember back to Pittsburgh, and all these things are different. Back in Pittsburgh, I don't think I remember the starters doing as much. It was they got work in, but it was a lot more even, where the backups were in a little bit more. This was, yes, the 2s and 3s played yesterday, but this was a lot of starters work yesterday.
Right. So that would go for both sides then, maybe. And in terms of what we saw on the field, you wrote about it at the website, WGR 550. I heard you and Matt lead off with it on your podcast, So Is Game Day in Buffalo, that it was a big day for the tight ends.
Yeah, it was. I mean, right away. I mean, Jackson Hawes, I have a video of him catching a touchdown right down the seam. It looked just like the play against Baltimore, near the end when he got to the goal line there. Very, very similar. Dalton Kincaid was seemingly just forgotten about by the Cleveland Browns. I have no idea what was going on, but they just didn't cover him on a couple of plays. He's standing in the end zone, ball coming right at you on the video that I have in the red zone where he's standing wide open, and Josh just kind of moves out of the pocket a little bit and finds him. And then they go to a 2-minute drill, Joe. There's one play, and I don't know who caught the pass for the Bills on the sidelines. It might have been McCole Hardman or someone, but they get a nice little 15-yard gain. It's the first play of a 2-minute drill. Get a nice 15-yard gain. And then in the very next play, Dalton Kincaid is just running so open. Even he was surprised how open he was. I guess afterwards he had said something to the effect of I was so open, I wanted to make sure I caught it. That can happen when you're that wide open for a touchdown. Josh just flung it down the field. Clearly a busted coverage. Dawson Knox got involved in a nice tight end screen that was that I have. I put some video on right in front of us. I talked to Dawson about Jackson Hawes, and I said, man, he caught a couple of touchdowns. He said, more than a couple, Sal. He caught 3. I'm like, well, I only saw 2. I guess he caught 3. So that just gives you an idea of how good the tight ends were yesterday. Now, part of that is also the Bills were without those receivers too. So, you have to step up in the passing game. More guys have to be a part of that.
Is Kincaid doing this, making plays? I know you said a couple of plays, maybe the Browns just forgot about him, but making plays on a regular basis, going back to St. John Fisher. Because really, I feel like his name has not come up a lot in recent days, and maybe that's just because we're all focusing more on the receivers, given that is where Allen threw the ball in the preseason game. So, I don't know, it feels like it's been a little bit of a quiet August here for Kincaid, leading up to yesterday.
I don't think that's a bad thing at all. I think because the biggest reason why Dalton Kincaid's name gets brought up or this time of year with fans right now is injuries, right? Is he playing? Is he out there? If you're not hearing anything about Dalton Kincaid, I think that's a good thing. That means he's out there, he's playing, he's not taking days off. They're not load managing him. He did have a sleeve on his leg yesterday, but no brace or anything like that. So, yeah, I agree it's been a bit quiet from that standpoint, but, I think he was very, very strong at training camp. He was very involved in the offense. It's just such a we live in a fantasy world. I know that, so I'll try to answer or say this from a fantasy perspective, but related to football, which is I get asked a lot about usage, right? How much is he going to be on the field? Look at the volume last year. How's that translate? It's so hard to tell, Joe. I legitimately think the Bills could have the argument for the best tight end room in the league. And they have a pass-catching tight end in Dalton Kincaid who could be a matchup nightmare, who can get down the field, catch as a wide receiver, essentially. They have the best blocking tight end in football, one of them at least, in Jackson Hawes. I'm sorry, in Jackson Hawes. And then they have the guy in between and Dawson Knox, and they use all of them. And if Dalton Kincaid isn't on the field, it's not because they're afraid of his injuries necessarily. Sure, do you want to make sure you keep him fresh? Sure. It's not because of that, not because he's doing something wrong. It's because they just have options, and they can kind of dictate to the defense what they want to do. So it's a bit of a tricky kind of thing to figure out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's right. The only thing that we talked about this with you at some point during the summer, the only thing that I'm not sure they would love, or maybe they don't care because it seems to go well with their offense a lot no matter what, that the numbers about like how predictable they are when Kincaid's out there or when Hawes is out there. And yes. I don't know how much that's really come up since they've hit the field, but I don't know. Like, do we think they care about that, or do we feel like maybe they think it's a strength of ours, and it might tip our hand a bit when Kincaid is out there, but he's still out there catching the ball. I mean, he was number one for tight ends in yards per route run. I guess that's the point that I always think about when I think about their skill sets they have at tight end and how much it actually matters that they're predictable.
Totally fair question. I guess we're not going to know until we get into a season and see. And, Joe, honestly, that might be on a week-to-week basis. They may say, go into one game and go, I don't care if we're predictable. We have a matchup here, and we're going to take advantage of it. And we're going to put Dalton Kincaid in the field and throw the ball all the time and hardly ever run. They may go into another game and say, look, this team, if we put Dalton Kincaid on the field, we can get them in a personnel where we're going to have to trust his blocking and do that. I think that would be the more, the smarter approach, and I wouldn't be surprised if it is the approach. But I don't think that anything that if Dalton Kincaid is not like on the field for 75% of the snaps, whatever you want to say, I don't think that's an indictment on, anything with his injury status or what they feel about him as a player. I just think they really like the guys they have and that they can go to a lot of different ways to run the offense.
Last thing on this, it often is framed around Kincaid, that question. What about for Hawes? Like, to what degree would you want to go to with he can give them more catching the ball than he did last year, which was a little bit. I mean, there were a couple of big plays, the one in the opener. And same thing, like when he's out there, it's not, we're always going to be running the ball, and sometimes he'll be going out in routes and they'll be throwing it.
It's a good question. I like what I saw yesterday by him, getting out and catching some passes. I wouldn't want them to, have him as a primary target, build a passing game around, unless it's like obviously a little dump off and you're doing a rollout or something like that. But where he excels though, Joe, is because he is such a good blocker. He can chip and then get out, 10 yards, turn around, make a catch. And then once a defense starts seeing that, you get that play down the field. You get that seam pass. You saw that against Baltimore. You saw that yesterday. He's more of a sneaky pass-catching threat than people realize. And when he was drafted, we were told that. We were told, hey, he's a really great blocker, but he can catch the ball. Like, he can be a part of the passing game if you want him to. And I think red zone is where he could be very effective because – you're putting your big personnel out there, and then suddenly, he's going to be able to leak out for a catch. So it's going to be really interesting to see how much they lean into 12 personnel, 13 personnel, and how those guys, what their usage is throughout the year.
He had a couple of red zone touchdowns last year, I remember, where I'm sure the defense expected him to be blocking, and he was like alone in the end zone because they just didn't think he was probably going to run a route. And he only caught a couple last year, but there was at least two that I remember like that. elsewhere around the field yesterday, Sal, in terms of the offense overall, like how sharp did you feel like Allen was, and how much of a challenge or a different challenge did it seem like the Browns defense was?
So, Joe, I went into this after listening to Daryl Ryder and reading and listening to people here in Cleveland on the Fan and other reporters. My sense was the Bills' offense would have a bit of a struggle against the Browns' defense. Like, it'll be a good even day. Like, that's a good matchup. You know what I mean? Because the Browns' defense, for the most part, has been pretty much dominating here against their offense. But the question always was it because the Browns' offense just is not that good, and Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson and all that? It actually turned out the opposite, to be quite honest with you. So, of the 4 units, offense and defense for both sides, the Bills' offense was the best unit on the field yesterday. Josh Allen was great yesterday. I mean, I'm reading a tweet here. This is Nick Camino, main sports anchor at KYC TV3 in Cleveland. Okay, I'm going to give him a shout out.
Okay.
So I found this tweet. He wrote this. You ready? He wrote, "I've never seen a quarterback operate on the back practice fields in Berea like Josh Allen did today. Don't take that for granted, Bills fans." Like, you had Cleveland reporters going, okay, like, that's different. We don't see that. You know what I mean? And
yeah.
I get it. Like, that should be natural for people to think that about Josh Allen. But it wasn't just because he's Josh Allen. Like, he was great yesterday. And I don't think he threw a pick. You know, a lot of times you're practicing so much. You're doing a lot of things. Picks can be overblown. I'm going on all these Cleveland pods and radio stations. I did them this morning. You know, and the fans are saying stuff on Twitter about, well, Watson threw a pick and Shedeur did. And I'm like, yeah, I think the pick was tipped, right? Picks are created differently. You can't judge on that. You judge on the operation, the command, the accuracy, the control, the decision making. Josh Allen basically was he was Josh Allen yesterday in a practice setting.
Yeah, I saw another Cleveland reporter, I don't remember who it was off the top of my head, where the tweet was, look how easy it is, how much easier it looks to play offense when you have a guy like this as your quarterback. And when you're, when you're watching the Browns quarterbacks year after year, then it probably feels like a really stark difference. How about that matchup? The Bills defense against the Browns offense, and also what the Browns quarterbacks looked like. It was only a couple clips. I wasn't watching every play, obviously, but Watson made a couple throws that I honestly did not think he was still capable of.
Yeah. Well, so it's funny, going back to what you just said about, how they're perceiving Josh Allen. Matt and I were recording our podcast. It's always Game Day in Buffalo, by the way. We put that out right after the practice yesterday. People can check that out on the podcast at Sal Sports on YouTube and download it, whatever, listening. But we did it right after the practice and to get our thoughts out there. And there was Cleveland. I think Tony Grossi, I think he's a Cleveland reporter, right? He was doing a podcast next to us with somebody. And somebody on that show basically just summed it up and said, today we saw the difference of, basically one team had Josh Allen and the other team didn't, and that's the biggest difference. And it's true. Like I said, you saw that's what they said. Like, you saw how it can matter. The Bills had Josh Allen, the Browns don't. So, that said, the Browns do have a quarterback competition. Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders, a lot's been made of it. I agree with you. I thought Deshaun Watson made a couple of really nice plays and throws. Not that Shedeur didn't. He had some nice moments. In fact, I thought the Browns offense did a nice job moving the ball against the Bills. I would have liked to see the Bills. If there's a criticism of the Bills yesterday from me, I thought a few times they gave a little too much space in the passing game. Guys, not down the field. Like, a lot of times last year you'd see, like, okay, they make the catch and they come up and tackle them, but don't let them make the catch there. Be a little more contested. I thought that could have happened a little bit more yesterday. Not that it happened all day, but I thought that was something that the Browns took advantage of, and that was both quarterbacks. Deshaun found Casey Concepcion down the field for a really nice play at one point. I thought he did a nice job to make a couple decisions to tuck the ball and run. He could still run, and we saw that in the playoff game against Houston in 2019 when he beat the Bills like that. So I thought that was the case. Here is the biggest difference between one of the biggest differences between having Josh Allen and what the Browns have. Every time there was a red zone period, a 2-minute period, a chaotic moment, things get sped up, that's when the Browns fell apart on offense. They just didn't have the operation down. They started a 2-minute drill, and I think they got a penalty on the first or second play. because they weren't lined up properly, or a timeout had to be called. Those are things that you just can't happen. They happen to every team. It's happened to the Bills, but it seemed like those were happening too often. Very end of practice, they're doing a red zone drill, and they move the ball. Suddenly they get down. I'm sorry, it wasn't a red zone drill. It was a 2-minute drill, but they got into the red zone. I'm sorry. And they move the ball, and they get inside like the Bills' 5-yard line, and then Joe Andreessen makes a stop. Max Harrison makes a play, and they just can't get in the end zone. And there's like 10 seconds left, 2 plays left, and they didn't even get to 4th down because they ran out of time. So that was the difference. It felt like to me, for both those quarterbacks, they have to do a better job in Cleveland of the operation and when things are critical and chaotic of settling things down.
That is where Allen, I wonder if he's almost even underrated in that area.
Right,
I mean,
yes.
not everybody. I'm trying to pull it up quickly here, but did you see the thing Dan Orlovsky does where he like ranks every quarterback on traits, like or top 10 at every trait every year? And I'm trying to see, I think it was command of the offense. He had Josh Allen number 1 in the NFL. Because of like the checks he makes at the line, how comfortable he seems and all of that now. And all that happens, a lot of that happens before the snap. And I mean, at this point, right, like when you're Allen and you're going into your, what is it now? Is it the 9th year of his career? Like all of that just seems like it's second nature to him.
I agree. And, you know, both Shedeur has a lot of athletic ability. Deshaun Watson does. I said he was scrambling around, but you know, Josh thrives on that, right? We know the off-script plays. And when you have a Josh Allen for this long, your offense knows that too. You practice that stuff a lot. You know, those guys know to be available. Look at the Dalton Kincaid play. Look at a Jackson Hawes touchdown. Like, this is what they do. It's part of the offense. It's literally kind of built in like that. You know, there was a couple times where I thought that the Bills' offensive line gave up a little too much pressure in a red zone drill, and Josh scrambled. I posted some video, a lot of video yesterday. Go check it out. A lot of video. And there were 2 instances where back-to-back plays, Josh gets pressure and scrambles right and throws it away. A, you don't want to see the pressure. B, good job about throwing it away. You know why? Because on the very next play, he throws a dart to Josh Palmer in the back of the end zone for a touchdown. If he doesn't scramble and throw it away, you never get to the 3rd down play where he hits Josh Palmer. Maybe if it's a different quarterback, they take a sack. Now you don't have that opportunity. Or they don't throw it away and there's an interception. Those are the little things that matter when you talk about command of an offense.
Quickly before we run out of time here, Sal, there were a couple of players down the depth chart that I wanted to talk about with you after yesterday. Jordan Hancock, I saw one clip you posted of him, and this is on the heels of, was Jim Leonard the other day said that he's going to start transitioning maybe full-time to safety. I don't remember his exact wording. But Hancock, I liked him in the middle of the regular season last year before the playoffs. And where are we at with him right now, both, I guess, positionally, and if it's safety, like that's crowded there, right?
Did he say that or did he say nickel?
Or was it, maybe I have it flipped. Let me find it.
I have to go back and look because he has played pretty much nickel most of training camp. Maybe they're working him in more at safety. We'll see that, though. But
okay,
you're right.
Here,
yeah. Go ahead.
He said he's primarily been playing nickel safety, and they're going to start working him. Excuse me, one more time. Hancock's been primarily playing nickel corner. Leonard said they're going to start working him at safety.
Right, and he now, I think, is at a point where you can start to add more on his plate, is what he's saying.
Right.
You're right. That's a crowded room at safety. The only thing is because of the injuries to C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Jalen Kilgore, by the way, who didn't practice yesterday. You had Cole Bishop a bit banged up, obviously. You know, you want to have a couple more options there. But I like what I've seen from him at nickel. He has really ascended the last week and a half. The first week and a half training camp, I didn't hear anything. Like Jordan Hancock was kind of like, I didn't notice he was out there. He wasn't really doing anything to be noticed. That has changed. He is starting to figure it out, and you love seeing that from a second-year player. It was an interception. I had a video of Kincaid, I think it was scoring, and then I heard the commotion, so I panned my camera, my phone, over to the second field next to us, and everybody's going crazy. It felt like a pick six. I guess from what I heard, it was a tip ball. He intercepted it, and he might have scored, but he might have got taken down. But either way, he's in the right position. That's what you want to see. So that's a player that I think is starting to, like I said, figure it out, and they can start to feel confident now in maybe him doing multiple things on the defense.
Is he's the new Cam Lewis, maybe? Where
maybe, yeah, that's right.
Really bold.
The Bills, even though Sean McDermott's not here, every team loves versatility, right? You want to have as much versatility as possible. It just allows you to come up with a game day roster to kind of massage the numbers. It allows you to put guys in that maybe, you get an injury in a game that, okay, what are we doing? We're thin here. Well, we can play that guy there. So, yeah, no doubt. Maybe Jordan Hancock, because someone like Cam Lewis was for so many years able to do that.
And lastly, before we let you go here, is Ian Wheeler on his way to being the preseason hero for everybody, where he put up some numbers right in the first preseason game, and he had done that last preseason against the Bills. He was the Bears running back when they scored all those points. Where are we at with him even making the roster, Sal? Because Ty Johnson is still out.
I still think it's an uphill climb to make the roster, because I think Ty Johnson, to me, feels like he's at least trending like he's going to play. But if he isn't, if Ty Johnson were out, you need a third running back. That's the question. Is he now fourth? Is he the fourth running back in the depth chart over Frank Gore Jr.? Matt Bove said on the pod yesterday he believes he is. He said, I believe he has surpassed him. Now, that is because of the flash. I think Frank Gore Jr. had a really nice day last week. But one of the reasons is, too, like Ian Wheeler is he's big, he's noticeable, and he's making plays. And if you go to some of that video I put out, did you see the play he made yesterday where he trucked the defender?
Yes, yeah.
It was like kind of 15 yards away from me, and folks,
ran him over.
So Jonathan Acosta of Channel 2 had the video that I quote tweeted. So go check that out. And I even say, like, this is the play that Matt and I talked about where Ian Wheeler trucked the defender. And he just put his face mask right into his chest as he's running. You could hear it, man. That guy runs hard. He was the UFL Bowl, the United Bowl MVP. It's still, to me, outside looking in, but that's because of injuries. If you were to have an injury to one of the three running backs and you have to have another one on the roster, the question is Ian Wheeler now ahead of Frank Gore Jr.? And I could see that being the case, but I think the next couple of weeks will go a long way in determining that.
Right. Roster maybe wasn't the right way to ask that. It's more of a battle for who's the practice squad running back, kind of.
Yeah, and they could keep both, Joe. They could, but they've kept a couple on the practice squad before. They like them both. They don't want to. You could lose any practice squad guy, but you want to keep them in your building and be ready to play. But that's really the question: is what would happen if they needed a guy? And maybe it's different depending on which guy would be out. If James Cook was out for some reason versus Ty Johnson versus Ray Davis, who, by the way, real quick, something to note on him. I asked Joe Brady about Ray Davis returning the first punt last week, and he said Ray wants the punt return job. He said he wants that job, and they're giving him an opportunity. So, he said he's clearly in the mix. So very interesting that they're kind of trying to sort through all of that as well.
I saw your tweet about him saying that, and I looked up. I went to look up because running back, I don't know why this is, but there are very few running backs in the NFL that are punt returners. It's like 3 guys have been a full-time returner in the last 5 years in the NFL. I don't know why that is. It also does not mean that Ray Davis can't do it. It's just weird to me. And the Bills actually had one of them. I think Nyheim Hines was one of the 3 guys. So it happens, but it's weird that it's very rarely a running back. But maybe it'll be Davis here. Thank you, Sal.
You got it, guys. Have a great day.
Sal Capaccio on the West Her Hotline. Yeah, I think the list was Tariq Cohen, Nyheim Hines, and there was another guy that wasn't really a big name or anything. But we'll see. Maybe Ray Davis is the punt returner. We did not get to kicker there. I want to get a little bit into Bass when we come back. But obviously a lot happening yesterday. A lot of video. A lot of good stuff from the Bills against the Browns. And, the offense sounded like it was really sharp, and that was without a bunch of the receivers that are going to be playing for this team regularly. 803-0550 is the phone number. On Bass, when we come back, and then we have a Bears guest coming up at 9 o'clock, Lauren Cox from Locked On Bears, who the Bills play late in the year, up-and-coming team, playoffs last year, and obviously that'll be a DJ Moore revenge game for him late in the season, although it is at home, and that's a Saturday game. We'll talk to Lauren at 9, but on Bass when we come back here on WGR. the Bills saying, yeah, he's pretty good, but even though we know there are big limitations here, we know he's pretty good. And we're just going to pay another one of our draft picks who is pretty good. And that's not going to be that expensive. Or are the Bills going to decide, in this situation, let's play it out. Let's take him to the end. And you know what? If it does go really, really well for him, then, and we can't figure out a contract, or we're still nervous about injury or whatever, then maybe we'll go down a path that we've never taken before, which is we'll take this right up to the end, and if we want to, we'll tag him. We'll tag him. We've never tagged anybody. Teams like Cincinnati do that. Dallas does that. There are others. The Bills have never come near tagging a guy. I can't even remember. Is there a time where it's even been a debate? I don't think so. Tremaine Edmonds hit free agency, but linebacker is so skewed by the pass rushers that fall under the same category that inside linebackers are never considered for the franchise tag. The Bills have never come near it.
I think they apparently tagged Cordy Glenn before they signed him.
And that's pre-Bean.
Yeah.
That's pre-Bean.
So in this era, they've never, like you said, never done it.
Because in that circumstance, now I'm looking at Kincaid and saying, I don't even have to value him crazy high. I can just like the player, want to keep him around, and I could keep him for 3 years from now without ever extending him.
Right. The franchise tag for a tight end, by the way, $15 million.
And that's the only reason I even bring it up. Mm-hmm. It's because that's one of the most affordable franchise tags that are out there. It's not receiver, which is approaching $30 million. It's not, offensive line is over $25 million now. $15 million? That's not bad. That's not that expensive for a player. And I don't know. I just don't know what the likelihood is. I think I want to put my chips down that the most likely is that he'll just be another example of, we like this guy. He's not unbelievable, but he's pretty good, and we'll pay him.
Isn't it frustrating, though, because he feels like he has the ceiling to be kind of unbelievable? It's not just an average guy walking through. Like, that guy's got the potential to be a top tight end in the league.
At what point, though, do we have to stop saying that? Because we know what the limitations are. Mm-hmm. And that doesn't even have to include the injury part of it. If we acknowledge that Dalton Kincaid,
atmosphere in practice, you seem to take more risks. The defense will take more risks too. So to get those live bullets and to see something, get your checks, understand how guys are moving, it's really awesome.
Joint practice is come and gone for the Bills in Cleveland, or Checkdown City, as some would say, as they gear up for preseason week 2 tomorrow against the Browns. Kickoff set for 1 o'clock. We'll have you covered all day starting at 11 o'clock. Pregame with Brayton Wilson and Paul Hamilton. Then the game cast throughout, Derek Kramer and Zach Jones. Then the postgame show as well. Around the NFL, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes, dealing with a knee injury, is on track to play in Week 1. Schefter also reports that 49ers tight end George Kittle, who's been dealing with an Achilles injury, has a legitimate chance to play in Week 1. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports Colts tight end Tyler Warren, dealing with a groin injury now, is going to be ready for Week 1. And Puka Nacua, with a groin injury as well, remains sidelined for yesterday's practice with the Saints. Nacua has now missed the Rams' entire slate of Saints practices. Also, a group of former college football players who filed a lawsuit against the NCAA in Louisiana were granted a temporary restraining order by the federal judge that allows them to enter the transfer portal, even though some are currently active on NFL rosters. In baseball, the Blue Jays, they beat the Rays 5-1, and the Yankees beat the Orioles 6-1. The Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
I mean, the body feels good. Again, a lot of work that I put in to get to this point, but we still got a lot more growing to do. And you talked about belief. How about their belief in you? Yeah, You're the only yeah. kicker. It definitely, having belief in me that they have in me gives me confidence and more belief in myself.
It's Tyler Bass. He's been with the Bills for a good while now. I mean, 6 years. They drafted him in 2020, and he's been their kicker ever since, other than last year with the injury. Good morning, it's Jeremy and Joe. Beautiful day out right now. We got a game against Cleveland tomorrow on the heels of joint practice yesterday, even though we might get some thunderstorms during the game tomorrow. So we'll see. Hopefully they're not bad enough to delay the game or anything.
No, hopefully not. Not
Do
for a preseason game.
not play anybody important. That would just be my number one hope. No one important at all.
They got enough look in the joint practice, I think. I think we'll see some Shane Buechele action pretty early there. I don't think it'll be like last week.
I think the guys that definitely shouldn't play, Allen, obviously, Cook, Dawkins and Brown, DJ Moore, Dalton Kincaid. Trying to think defensively, how many names on defense should be on this list? I think that's my offensive list. If you want to throw, well, you wouldn't do it center right now because McGovern's out anyway. You could probably put Torrance on that list.
Yeah.
Left guard's a battle right now, so I wouldn't do that with left guard.
Don't you want your defensive starters to maybe play a little bit more from how that went yesterday, apparently? Like Deshaun cutting them up a little bit. Also, new scheme, you want them to be as used to it as possible in a game setting.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
it's kind of tough to pick who you wouldn't want.
It's a point you can make about the defense that you cannot make about the offense.
Yeah.
But you know what I would at least do is pick the guys that have dealt with injuries either in the past or in the very recent past, and those would be the ones that I would prioritize sitting. So Bradley Chubb, for instance. Why does Bradley Chubb need to play? He has experience playing in this system and has had major injuries in the past. So, veteran guy, I don't want to see Bradley Chubb out there. Max Hairston, that's different. That's not the experience point, but this guy has been getting injured since he got here. I don't want to throw him out there in a preseason game at a position that might be a little thin anyway. So, he'd be on my list. And beyond that, I mean, Ed Oliver's not going to play, I would assume. He hasn't been practicing.
No, not at this point.
You know, the best name to ask would be Deion Walker. Deion Walker doesn't have experience in the system, and he does not have any
injury.
I mean, you go back to the back thing from when he was drafted.
Yeah, but in the professional sense, he hasn't had any yet.
But has he ascended to such a degree that Walker wouldn't play? I mean, if it were me, I would not. I would not play Walker. I would not play Rousseau.
That's your starting nose tackle. Right?
Starting nose tackle, and I don't even know who the backup is right now.
I don't either.
The backup is Dwayne Carter, or is it Greg Gaines who got here yesterday?
Ooh.
But either way, I'm kind of reaching for whoever that's going to be. So, yeah, I would not want them to play Deion Walker.
He might play early, quick, get out after a series. You know what I'm saying? I think he would probably play the least if he plays at all.
You know, I would just sit everybody. I know you made a good point about the defense, but I don't want to see Benford out there. I don't want to see Cole Bishop. Cole Bishop's been dealing with nagging injury stuff. I don't want to see him. If you want to play D. Alford, fine. Go ahead. You can play D. Alford. You can play TJ Sanders. Mike Dana can play. And if you even want to play the linebackers, because that's a battle going on right now, and you want to see Dorian Williams versus Caleb Elamzor, then I think that's fine too. But TJ Parker can play. I would take out a lot of those veteran defenders, though, if I were the Bills. Now, Tyler Bass is going to play, and
there's
played the clip coming in there, right? There is no backup for Tyler Bass right now, and I think there should be. I think it is warranted that there should be a competition between him and just, honestly, whoever would be out there.
Right.
I don't currently see Tyler Bass as any upgrade over your random top available kicker that would just be out there on the open market.
Rodrigo Blankenship.
Whoever, right? Is he still doing his TikToks?
I think so.
Okay. Blankenship was doing, he's not in the NFL anymore, but he was recreating kicks that he saw in the NFL that week, the next weekend.
The long ones, too.
Yeah.
So,
Bass, if you go back in his career, you just don't have one of the better kickers in football at all. I mean, his field goal percentage since he entered the NFL in 2020. So it's a 5-season span for him. It's 6 seasons for everybody else. So, and some guys have also missed games, but over the last 6 years, there are 28 kickers that have 100 kick attempts, 100 field goal attempts. And out of those 28 kickers, he ranks 21st.
Yeah.
And most of the guys around him are these kickers that, they're on one team this week and they're on another team the next week and they're on 3 more teams the next year. And, they bounce around the league. Kickers bounce around the league a lot. And he's like one of the only guys that far down the list that has been on one team the whole time. 84.5% field goal percentage over those 5 years. And if you go to just the last 3 years, he's even lower because his last 2 seasons are his worst seasons. It wasn't actually that bad. The first 3 years, middle of the road, even like a little bit above average. He had a couple of years in there where he was 87%, above 87% field goal percentage. And in the last 2 years, 2 seasons that he's played, 82.8%, exactly the same percentage in each of the 2 years, which is very, very low.
We were worrying about 45-yard chip shots we were worrying about with him at a point.
And that is what happened yesterday. Yesterday, he missed a 35-yard chip shot. And he missed, I think the other one was 43 that he missed. And he missed them both wide right. And that's the other thing about Bass. We know what his miss looks like now. And he hasn't really fully corrected it. Like, it's maybe better. Well, I actually don't know. We don't know. He hasn't kicked in so long. How could we possibly know? Unless we've watched every single kick indoors and outdoors for him. That his miss is that slice to the right. Yep. Anyone that golfs and has a slice on their drive, you can work at it all you want, and you can get a lot better at getting it out of your game. But sometimes it just appears. And for Bass, that's his miss. He almost always misses to the right. I can't even remember him ever missing to the left. It's the slice to the right. And
where it looks like it's in and then it totally veers out. Yeah.
That's exactly what the 2 misses were yesterday. So what do I really have here? I have a kicker that I'm sure is really well liked in the room and in the organization because he's been here for 6 years. He's been here for all the years that they've been really, really good. But what do I have? I have a kicker who is not one of these superhuman weapons like Brandon Aubrey or Cam Little around the NFL that's going to attempt it from 65 yards.
And you feel somewhat confident watching it that they can do it.
I don't have that. I don't have consistency on extra points. 92% extra point percentage his last season was one of the worst in football. I don't have a lot of confidence when he's lining up in the 40-ish range. I don't. And I have a guy that cap hit-wise is no longer that bad to cut. So what am I really doing here? If he's not going to kick well at the beginning of the season and he's the only kicker, I don't think the leash should be all that long.
No.
I guess it's not offensive at this point for him to start the year because if he doesn't start the year, someone like him is going to be starting the year.
Yeah.
But
you have people calling for a near 50-year-old kicker who was injured for part of the season last year over Tyler Bass at this point.
And the guy that I honestly would be thinking about, I actually don't know if he's on a team. I should check. But
hopefully not Younghoe Koo.
He was with the Bills last year for a minute. Matthew Wright.
Yes.
Matthew Wright is a 30-year-old kicker. Do not believe he is currently on a team. And he's, again, one of these guys where Bass and Wright have been in the NFL the same amount of time. They both got to the NFL in 2020. Bass was drafted. Matthew Wright was not. And in their careers, if you compare them, Tyler Bass, 84.5% field goal percentage. Matthew Wright, 88.2% field goal percentage. Matthew Wright, Bass has been on one team in his career, and Wright has been on the Steelers, Chiefs, Titans, Jaguars, Texans, Panthers, Niners, Washington. Those are just the teams he's played for, not even the teams he's been with. Like the Bills aren't on that list. That's 8 teams. Team to team to team to team. Who's the better kicker?
Right, arguably.
6 years of sample size will tell you that Matthew Wright's the better kicker.
Yeah.
So I'm not even telling you they need to sign Matthew Wright over him. It's just he's replaceable. He's totally replaceable kicker. And Wright, again, he's not the weapon. He actually has a smaller, shorter leg, I think, than Bass does. Like, he does not kick from distance. But, although he did make a 59-yard field goal at one point in his career. It's just a point about Bass that
they should have a
think
backup. 1,
2, 3 bad games, 3 bad misses earlier in the season, and they should be cutting bait. And they should be finding somebody else. 803-0550 is the phone number. Lauren Cox coming up at 9 o'clock on the Bears, late in the Bills' schedule. They will play Chicago, who's an up-and-coming team, and a revenge game for DJ Moore. That's coming up here in WGR. All right, I did the math on it. This Matthew Wright, he was last with the Bills in 2025, free agent kicker. He has an 88% field goal percentage for his career that started in 2020. He has been on 12 teams in his NFL career and an XFL team. Tyler Bass, whose field goal percentage is 4% lower in the same amount of time, has never been cut. Matthew Wright, this guy just like drama or something. He's been cut 20 times.
Is he just a fill-in kicker, like for the guys that are injured, and then as soon as they come back, they get rid of them?
I think so.
Like that's got to be the only explanation.
He was cut by his XFL team. Come on, Tampa Bay Vipers cut him. What's everyone's problem with this guy?
I don't know.
He's not on the team now. It might just be they don't like having a kicker that you feel like you can't attempt a 60-yarder. I don't know. Doesn't matter.
I mean, the Bills like that apparently.
All right, that fills our kicker allotment for the day.
Yeah.
Next up, Lauren Cox on the Bears. Get you into the weekend, going through the Bills' schedule. What about Chicago? Caleb Williams on the Madden cover. We'll talk to him next, coming up on WGR.
You get to go against defense that you haven't seen in a non-game like atmosphere. In practice, you seem to take more risks. The defense will take more risks too. So to get those live bullets and to see something, get your checks, understand how guys are moving, it's really awesome.
Joint practice come and gone for the Bills in Cleveland. Is checkdown city, as some would say, as they gear up for preseason week 2 tomorrow against the Browns. With kickoff set for 1 o'clock, we'll have you covered all day, starting at 11 o'clock pregame with Brayton Wilson and Paul Hamilton. Then the game cast throughout, Derek Kramer and Zach Jones, and then postgame as well. Around the NFL, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes dealing with a knee injury. He's on track to play in Week 1 against the Broncos. Schefter also reports that 49ers tight end George Kittle, dealing with the Achilles injury, has a legitimate chance to play in Week 1 against the Rams. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports that Colts tight end Tyler Warren, dealing with the groin injury, is going to be ready for Week 1 against the Ravens. And Puka Nacua, dealing with a groin injury, remained sidelined for yesterday's joint practice with the Saints. Nacua now has missed the Rams' entire slate of Saints practices. Also, a group of former college football players who filed a lawsuit against the NCAA in Louisiana were granted a temporary restraining order by a federal judge that allows them to enter the transfer portal, even though some are currently on NFL rosters. And in baseball, Blue Jays, they beat the Rays 5-1, and the Yankees beat the Orioles 6-1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Can I page through a few of the chapters in your quarterback book and you just tell me what you remember?
You could page through them.
Because you got crazy chapters. Baker Mayfield.
Baker is a fiery guy. At the time, he was going through a lot, but, I mean, he was still himself, and now look at him.
Sam Darnold.
Super Bowl champion.
Come on.
Yeah.
Super Bowl champion. Cam Newton.
Overall, fun guy, loves ball. He was my start-off quarterback.
Yeah, you always have a special place.
Yeah.
Caleb Williams.
He's getting there.
I think it's kind of a shot at Caleb Williams. You know, as much of one as you would get from DJ Moore, who's not like the biggest personality in the league. Williams and Moore, though, never really got on the same page last year. It was a great year for the Bears overall. That's what's so weird. The Bears go 11-6. Williams ascends to a really good quarterback. He, in his rookie year, put up a bunch of yards and had some touchdowns, but the efficiency wasn't there. 5-12 was the record. And the thing about Caleb Williams in his rookie season was all the sacks he took. Led the NFL, 68 sacks taken, 466 yards. And that was cut in a third. He went from 68 sacks to 24. I mean, those are drive-killing plays that did not happen for Chicago last year. And a lot of that was Ben Johnson and the offense coming in and just working better. And Moore was, like, his role was taken down a peg in that process from a, you know, not a great offense that took a lot of sacks, bad team, where DJ Moore was far and away their leading receiver, 140 targets, but he did not make it to 1,000 yards. And that might be the right point here, is Moore was being overused in a bad offense with a bad coordinator, and that's not even his fault. But last year, the numbers go down. He's thrown at a lot less. His efficiency actually went up. Like yards per target 2 years ago, when Moore had 98 catches, was 6.9 yards. You got about 7 yards every time he was targeted. And last year, with him being thrown the ball only 85 times, only 50 catches, his yards per target was 8. So a full yard extra every time you threw him the ball last year in what was a down year for him compared to the previous season. So, I mean, that could be used as a defense for last year. It still, though, is not near what he was before that, if you take just the last 2 years. And the Bears had other mouths to feed and had a lot of talent, and they didn't need DJ Moore to be their number one wide receiver. That's why they sometimes had him lined up in the backfield, running wheel routes, screens. They just needed him to be a piece, a role player. And you could say all of their guys became that. All of their guys are capable of more. That Loveland was a great young tight end. 58 catches last year. Like, okay, that's good. Good. It's not eye-popping. Moore was second on the team with 50 catches. Luther Burden, all the hype in the world going into year number 2. How many catches? 47. Okay. Rome Odunze. I think that one is because of injury, but number 1 receiver hype, top 10 pick, started the year hot. What do you end up with? 44 catches. Nobody in Chicago, you would say, exploded. All of them were capable of more, and someone had to go, and it was definitely going to be the expensive veteran. So I think it is a tale of a player that was showing signs of decline. It could have been more about the system and about the environment than it was about him. And the Bills are obviously taking that bet. They are taking the bet that you didn't need him to be a number 1. You had a bunch of other guys, none of which really popped off. And on our team, he's going to be a focal point. He's going to be a number 1. And we just don't think he's as bad as what he showed last year, only getting 682 yards of offense. That's where I'd be with DJ Moore right now. Is that going to be revisionist history? Is that going to be, well, we were just doing the sales pitch because we wanted to be excited about him? Because I still remember what I thought and what most thought when the Bills made that trade, which was, second round pick. What are you doing? Wait, what are you doing now? You're guaranteeing him more money? Why are you doing that? This player was diminished. This player was not valued around the league. And the price will always be a part of that story, and it more so will be a part of the story after it's all over. We'll look back and say, what did you end up paying, and what did you get? And did you get number 1 receiver production? Did you get 1,000 yards? It's going to be hard to be mad about the second-round pick they gave up, even if it was an overpayment, if he gives them even 80 to 85% of what they're looking for. 803-0550 is the phone number. Mike in a car is next up. What's up, Mike?
Hey, I honestly think that we're looking at it kind of the wrong way. I like the Chicago plan. I'm looking at DJ Moore as a number 1 who's going to take your opponent's best defensive back out of the picture guarding him, and it's going to open up the game so much for Kincaid, for Shakir, for Coleman. I think Moore's going to have a very good season. I think they're going to use him well, but I look at his talent and being as good as he is, that it's going to open up so many opportunities for this passing offense, because you have a number 1. You have somebody that the other team is focused on, and we haven't had that since Diggs. And by having a number 1, by taking away the opponent's best players and they're focusing on him because they don't want him to get deep or whatever the situation is, I just see it opening up the passing game so big for the rest of the guys.
Right. Yeah, I mean, the impact on everybody else, and I bet the Bills will sell that if the numbers aren't eye-popping. The same way they did with Amari Cooper. Cooper came in and did not put up eye-popping numbers. There were some good games. And what did we hear at the end of the year? Well, it's not all about just how many receiving yards he had. It was the impact on the offense he had. And I do think if Moore, if he has a 800-yard season with 7 touchdowns, and he's not quite the number 1 receiver that, you're being sold right now, but the offense is number 2 in the league, I'm going to look at the trade isolated and say, you overpaid. But what is the counterpoint going to be? Well, what did he do for everybody else? Was it easier for Kincaid to have a big year? Was it a better Coleman year? The guys that were getting more attention last year and couldn't really handle it? There's a lot of different ways it could play out. But I think what they paid is going to be a part of the story after even just year one. I don't think we have to wait till the end of, the 3-year deal here. 803-0550 is the phone number if you got a thought. Let's go to the Western Hotline. Lauren Cox, Locked On Bears, joins us now on Chicago, who the Bills will see later in the year, a Saturday night game on December 19th, which will lead the Bills into a Christmas game against Denver. Thanks for joining, Lauren. Appreciate the time.
Of course, and intimately familiar with those DJ Moore questions you're going to have all season.
Yes. Yeah, so we're talking about it a little bit. Last year, was this true of all the Bears' weapons that it felt like, at least statistically, all of them seemed capable of more than what they put up, and that just one guy leaves and maybe all of the other three will shoot up?
Yeah, I think that's kind of the idea there, that there was only so many balls to go around when you have DJ Moore, Luther Burden, Rome Odunze, Colson Loveland, Cole Kmet, DeAndre Swift in the backfield. That they kind of had to distribute those, not that they were like intentionally trying to make sure everyone got an even amount, but just naturally, there's just DJ Moore was getting, over 100 targets pretty much every year of his career up until that point. And last year it was only 85. And it wasn't because he was like less open. It was just because other guys needed the ball too. And Ben Johnson's definitely someone who wants to lean into the running game a little bit more. And so they just weren't passing quite as much as they had when he was more of the featured option previously.
The price that they paid, to go back one more time on the trade that was done in the spring, from your perspective and like following like rumors or whatever was happening around the team, what was the expectation for what Moore was going to fetch in a deal?
Yeah, I don't know that there was like a specific price tag that every Bears fan was like, oh, we have to get at least blank in order for the DJ Moore trade to be a good deal. Like, I think that kind of day 2 draft pick or maybe some combination of picks was kind of where people were looking, like George Pickens went for a 3rd and a 5th. We saw the Amari Cooper trade was a 3rd-round pick. So that kind of felt like where Bears fans were hoping. I don't think there was anybody misleading themselves that they were going to get a 1st-round pick for DJ Moore. So when it came back as a 2nd, I think, and then the feeling was, all right, that's good value here. Like, sure, you always want more, but that's good value that Bears fans could feel happy about.
So how about Chicago now, through the summer and into training camp and the preseason? Caleb Williams on the Madden cover, right? And there's a lot of expectations after what they did last year. And you've got the coach talking about setting records on offense. How likely are they to be that good? Like what Ben Johnson's kind of hyping up here, like one of the best couple offenses in the NFL.
Yeah, I don't think they're likely to be that. That's for sure. And I'm a little bit curious about Ben Johnson doing that because I don't think he's trying to say, hey, this season we're going to do that. I think a lot of Ben Johnson's quotes there were about how nothing is ever going to be good enough for him, that even if they have a great year and they're a top 5 offense this season and scoring a bunch of points, that you can always be better, right? You can always be the highest scoring offense of all time. And even if you win the Super Bowl, right? Well, you always then need to win 2 Super Bowls and you need to set the win streak record for most consecutive wins. I think it's his way of saying the standard is even higher than it will ever be. And that doesn't mean that's the expectation or the goal that they have to hit this season. But I do think they'll be able to pick up somewhere they left off when the offense was clicking late last season. Now everyone's a lot more familiar with it, and they're relatively healthy on offense still so far. So I think they're expecting a little jump up from Caleb Williams, and as a result, the offense can be more efficient through the first 3 quarters and not just have to be crazy fourth-quarter comebacks at the end of every game.
Year 1 to year 2 was a good progression for Williams. I mean, the sacks especially went way, way down. Is there any other area that sticks out to you that you feel like he needs to get better at?
Well, Ben Johnson points a lot this offseason to his completion percentage, and I think that's something that a lot of people take and run with. I don't want to say out of context, but I think, when you hear completion percentage, a lot of times we instantly think, oh, well, that just means the quarterback has to be more accurate. And that's absolutely true with Caleb Williams. He missed too many easy throws at times last season. But I think beyond that, right, it's about being on the same page with your receivers and having the timing right. When Ben Johnson requires quite a bit of precision in route running and knowing that when you're on this exact step of your drop back as a quarterback, that wide receiver needs to be on this exact step of his route so that if you throw the ball to this exact spot, the timing is going to be perfect for everyone to be there. And I think part of that also is that, in order to reduce the number of sacks Caleb Williams took, he led the league, or I think was second in the league in throwaways last year. Like, that lowers his completion percentage in exchange for not taking as many sacks. And you'd rather have an incomplete pass than a sack, but then he gets criticized for the lower completion percentage in place of getting criticized for how many sacks he had. And I think if the offense is operating at a higher level, then you can have fewer throwaways because the receiver will be open or you'll be under pressure less. And so, like, as the unit as a whole sort of rounds into a better understanding of the system, his completion percentage can increase, not because he becomes some way, way more accurate quarterback, but just because the entire operation flows a little bit more smoothly.
And if there's more progression there offensively, or even if there isn't, the weapons, I know this from fantasy, like, everyone's trying to figure out which bear you really want to invest in. And that's a lot of my jobs. Like, I want a piece of it, but figuring out which piece, and now this Burden injury on top of things. Like, for you, who do you think is most likely, Loveland, Burden, Dunze, someone else that is going to have a major glow up?
Yeah, for me, I'd put my money on Colston Loveland because he's just the one that has the fewest question marks, at least health-wise. And I know the presence of Cole Kmet always scares people because you have a starting caliber tight end behind him on the depth chart. But I think they were very clearly seeing that changing of the guard late last season. And Loveland was really the go-to, like, third down clutch situations. I don't want to call it safe security blanket because it was so much more of a playmaker than that, but definitely like the preferred target when the going got tough for Caleb Williams. And I think especially with DJ Moore's departure in Chicago, I think the person who's going to see a lot of that gain and role is Loveland, but they're going to use him in more wide receiver type situations, essentially like a three wide receiver set with one tight end, but that tight end will actually be Cole Kmet at the line of scrimmage, and Loveland will be more of like a big wide receiver taking more of those DJ Moore opportunities. So with Burden dealing with his injury and Adunze had a foot injury that was on and off all last year, it still kind of scares us a little bit of like, could that potentially come back? Loveland to me seems like has the clearest pathway towards another huge season. And maybe one of the receivers will have more total yards, but among tight ends, like, he's the one I'm going towards.
Is the injury the only thing you think that got in Adunze's way last year? Because he had a good start to the year, a really good start to the year. And going back to the draft, I mean, I remember wanting the Bills to move up and get him. Like, I loved the prospect. A lot of people did. And is there still to you a true number one receiver in there, or do you think he'll settle into more of just a guy who's pretty good, part of an offense, not a bad player at all, but not quite? I don't know. I thought there were pretty high expectations for him when he entered the league.
Yeah, I mean, he's a top 10 pick. There should be high expectations for a wide receiver taken that early. And I think part of the limitation here is just going to be the offense. Like we talked about at the very beginning with DJ Moore, and we have Moore and Burden and Adunze, right? Like, I don't think Rome Adunze is going to get the kind of like number of targets and play the kind of role that's going to feel like, your true number one wide receiver. Like, it's not apples to apples with what Ben Johnson had in Detroit, but like, I think about Jameson Williams and Amon-Ra St. Brown, where Adunze is not Jameson Williams and Luther Burden is not St. Brown, but like those types of roles where like you'll see Luther Burden kind of primarily as a slot guy and maybe get a little bit more catches and yards, but like Adunze still plays that number one outside receiver role. Like last year, he was on pace for over 1,100 yards last season before he got hurt, and he was on pace for double-digit touchdowns as well before that injury. So I think the talent and the projection is there from like individual standpoint. I just don't know that he's going to look that way in the offense or put up the kind of massive numbers that you look for from a number one wide receiver. But I think they're fully on board with what he can do from a talent standpoint, and they want to get him more involved in the deep ball game. And they've talked about, his contested catchability and more 50-50 balls is something they've been looking at more of in training camp this year.
Lauren Cox, Locked On Bears, another minute or two with him. On defense, how good do you expect the defense to be this year?
It depends on how healthy they can get and how healthy they can stay, but I'm certainly not expecting a good defense. It's a question of, can they be good enough? Their whole plan this offseason was, okay, we don't have the cap space or the draft capital to get a premier pass rusher here. So instead, let's boost the secondary a little bit, try and cover better, make the quarterback hold on to the ball a little bit longer, and that'll give the defensive line and the pass rush a little bit more time to affect the quarterback. But, that plan was led by free agent safety Kobe Bryant, who is having surgery or had surgery and is going to miss the majority of the regular season potentially. Like, we're still looking at 4 to 6 months or whatever from when he had surgery a couple weeks ago. So, there goes a lot of that plan. You still have, first one pick Dylan Thieneman on the back end, and Jalen Johnson is healthy again, but some of their other cornerbacks have been banged up a lot at camp. So if they have a rotating cast of guys in coverage on the back end, they can't cover as well, then that also, not only are you then struggling in coverage, but you're not fixing the pass rush in the way that you thought so too. So I expect them to be involved in some more shootouts again this year unless they get healthy and stay healthy in a hurry.
Lastly, the division. Is it the toughest division in the league? You think, I like, it's tough to pick because I like the Bears this year. Detroit coming back from their injuries last year, and they have a really easy schedule. Even Minnesota. If Minnesota were in a different division, I might like them too. But how do you view the NFC North? You feel like it is anyone's ball game? Maybe Minnesota would be the one that would be pretty surprising if they ended up at the top?
Yeah, absolutely. But, even Minnesota last year finished 9-8, and it's the only division in football where all 4 teams were above 500 last year. So, I especially with Kevin O'Connell, I can't get right off the Vikings, although it seems like they've had the most kind of concerning updates coming from training camp this year. So I agree. They're probably a very close, lagger behind of the rest of that group. But yeah, that division is anyone's ball game, and the Bears are not treating it as though, the Bears won last year, so then it's easily going to be theirs for the taking, especially as Chicago's schedule gets a little bit more difficult this year. They play both Super Bowl teams. They play some tough divisions around the NFL with the rest of the AFC East with obviously you and the Bills over there, and then they also play Jacksonville this season and a number of playoff teams. So they're not going to walk into any kind of easy year 2 under Ben Johnson, but I think they're going to be a tough team. And I think we're going to be in week 16, 17, 18 when they play the Packers, Lions, and Vikings back to back to back. And the result of those games is really going to tell us where they finish in the division, because it'll be neck and neck up in the air up until that point.
Bunch of primetime games for the Bears this year too. So we'll get our fix on them. They're also playing on Christmas, right?
Yeah, against the Packers on Friday.
I'm guessing you don't love that as someone who covers the team. I do not love that the Bills are playing on Christmas. It's kind of cool, but, at least we get the later game. I think you guys are at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, so you can at least have family time afterwards. Yeah, same right. On Thanksgiving, too. It's like another holiday, but it's the early game, so I guess you'll take it.
Thanksgiving and Christmas, right. That makes sense. Oh, that's the Bills, too. The Bills are the night game on Thanksgiving.
Although we'll see our families next year,
Yes, right. Lauren Cox, Locked On Bears. Thanks again for joining, and maybe we'll talk again closer to the game in December.
Hey, happy to anytime. Thanks for having me.
Thanks. Yeah, Bills, that's right. Both teams are playing Thanksgiving and Christmas. I'd much prefer the Bills slate because the Bears play early Christmas, early Thanksgiving. The Bills play Thanksgiving night, Christmas evening, 4:30 against the Broncos. And that's the red helmet game. They'll be wearing red helmets that day.
With the white uniforms.
Right.
Because they'll be the away
Which
kits.
I really will like the uniform. I really think I will like that combo.
Yeah. They're not helping the gray uniforms by any means by putting that out there.
I'm starting to get disappointed more and more about the Sabres blue and gold goat head alternate that's probably on the way. I am on the record. I do not mind it. I think it's totally fine. I think it'll look good. I think people will buy it. I don't think it'll get negative reaction in the same way that the Nickel City Bills uniforms did or the Turd Burger did back in the day.
I think it'll get a lazy reaction because it's just an inverse of the reverse retro from a couple years back. You're not reinventing
not the reaction,
the wheel.
The jersey itself.
Sure, yeah.
Would be,
that's what I would say.
I agree with that. I like it. But I'm starting to be a little disappointed that they're not going to do a couple of the things, the mock-ups that I have seen, one of which was I still like my own idea, which is the 40th anniversary jersey in some different color. Red, black, yellow, something. Yeah.
20-year anniversary of the slug as well.
White, by the way, like the 40th anniversary jersey, but in white with like blue shoulders. Like that uniform needs to come back someday in some shape or form. Someone also sent in I mean, there's some bad ones too. There's the Steve Ott, yellow jersey, but it's red. Horrible. That might have been on purpose. But there was a follower of mine that posted a mock-up Sabres uniform, Benny, where it was all white, and maybe you wouldn't want this because it is similar to what the Sabres did a couple of years ago with a white, blue, and gold goat head look.
Oh, no.
Where they were all white. But for some reason, maybe it's the black and red stripes on the side that make it look better. There was a image of Tage Thompson wearing white helmet, white jersey, white gloves, white pants, white socks. But with all the black and red accents, it looked a lot better than the blue and gold all white from a few years ago. And the logo at the center wasn't the goat head, it was the crossing swords.
The butter knives, yeah.
And I thought it looked incredible.
That would be cool.
Again, this is where...
The white pants are sketchy for me, but that would be cool.
I think it works here, though. Again, I think not having gold or yellow as one of the other colors, which is also a lighter color.
It helps, yeah.
I think having it be red and black makes that concept work a lot better.
Makes it a true accent.
And I saw this uniform, like, oh, man, it's really disappointing they're not doing that because that looks awesome.
How serious are those, are the leaks, are the rumors, are the whispers of it really being a goat head that's just blue?
It's pretty
out there?
Seems pretty solid. Yeah, I mean, nothing's 100% until you see it, I guess, officially.
Yeah.
But I'd be surprised. I'd be really surprised if it was not a blue jersey with a white goat head logo at the center.
You don't think it'll be a slug logo for the 20-year anniversary of the logo?
I do not.
No shot, you think?
No shot.
They're just...
They're
throwing a smoke screen up with this goat head idea, and it's just going to be the slug. But they fixed the horn on the other side of the head this time around. Just like they...
Hey, if they do that, I'm open to it.
Okay.
But you got to do that.
Okay.
You've got to have both horns be the same color.
They fixed up the goat head logo a little bit. They changed it a little bit when they re-released it. It's not the exact same. So maybe they can make an adjustment like that.
It's modernized.
Yeah.
Just a wee bit.
Yeah.
Parker Washington is hurt in Jacksonville now? What is this?
Where did that come from?
Schefter? Well, I guess he said he's been missing practice and it's not long term. Okay, so that's not bad.
Yeah.
So many injuries around the NFL.
This is worse than, like we were talking a little bit about it yesterday. This is the worst it's been in my recent memory, though. I'm just happy, knocking on wood, that the Bills aren't heavily involved in that conversation. They are a little bit, but not too bad.
Speaking of hockey, by the way, we've not talked about it this week on the show because I don't want to go too far into just reacting to somebody else's content. But the Zach Benson thing from this week, I'll just put it this way. Bills fans have their rallying cry on Josh Allen disrespect from when not all of PFF, but one writer at PFF said that Duck Hodges was a quarterback advantage over Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Or how'd they put it? I gotta find the exact. What was the exact?
You verbatim said it. I don't remember the exact wording of it, but
Duck Hodges, was better than Josh Allen. George Shahari. It was not like, don't put Sam Monson in that bucket and Steve Palazzolo and the other Trevor Sikkema. I say something and not everybody at GR thinks it. So it wasn't all of PFF, but it was him, George Shahari, said Duck Hodges was better than Josh Allen. And that became a rallying cry for Josh Allen disrespect that is remembered to this day. And I believe that I've seen the energy from Sabre fans on social media about Zach Benson, who I think is the most beloved player on the team. And now you have your Zach Benson disrespect. But instead of someone saying Duck Hodges is better than Josh Allen, you have somebody saying 122 Duck Hodges are better than Zach Benson.
That's very stark difference there, yeah. Hundreds of people better than Zach Benson.
including like a guy in the Czech league who had 7 points last year and is probably never going to make the NHL.
Right.
It just, it's we do this in July with football where nothing's happening. So any little thing will get magnified by 100. That's hockey right now. Nothing's happening. Everyone's at the cottage season. So any little thing is going to get magnified. It's a guy's ranking. A prospect analyst's ranking. But it's like,
it's pretty heinous.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
The guy is already a 50-plus point elite two-way top 6 winger that was the best forward on his team in the playoffs. You want to give him a tie with Josh Stone, I think that's fine. He's already that. 123 guys ahead of him. 70 of them aren't going to make the NHL.
Mm-hmm.
It was like under 23 rankings, by the way. He legitimately is closer to being a top 124 player in the NHL today than he is to that.
And that was an under 23, you said?
Yeah, it was just under 23.
And yeah,
and he was 6th on the Sabres list. I would put him. Where would you rank him? Under 23 for the Sabres right now. If you had to rank all their guys, like I'd put him number 1.
Yeah, I would too.
I'd put him above.
He's made the most impact both on and off the ice. I feel like
right now. I mean, I'd put him above Hellenius and Oslin just because he's played more games,
more time.
Yeah, he'd be my number 1. He'd at least be top 2.
Yeah,
I think for many.
100%.
803-0550 is the phone number. Bills and Browns tomorrow, and we were playing around with our list of who should play and shouldn't play more so, and we'll get to that a little bit more so coming back, because I saw one guy that should be added to that list that I think we might have failed to mention. Plus, the Premier League returns today, which is really exciting. Coming up here on Jeremy and Joe, this is WGR. Caller 5 right now at 716-221-4WGR wins a pair of pavilion tickets to Wu-Tang Clan at Darien Lake Amphitheater on August 27th, courtesy of Live Nation. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. Joe Kelly didn't know who they were before this week?
No, I did not. It's a funny moment from yesterday.
Tough.
In a break with Owen, I said, "What are they? Do they sing? I Come From a Land Down Under." I got it totally wrong, dude. That's Men at Work. I knew that too.
Men at Work.
Yeah, confused him with Wu-Tang Clan.
I'm not sure anyone's ever made that mistake.
I don't think so either.
Ever.
I'm happy to be the first and probably the last to ever do that.
There's no way anyone else will ever do that again. That is really tough. Wu-Tang Clan and Men at Work. Yeah. I don't think I know another Men at Work song other than Laying Down Under, but come on now. Yeah, tough one. I think my brother's got everyone beat, though. Was it 2 years ago? He was not really into, this genre of music, but he didn't know who the Killers were as of, 3 years ago. Knew the songs, but didn't know, didn't attach them to, Mr. Brightside or whatever, which we're still doing. Just going to keep going with Mr. Brightside as the victory song. I've not seen that officially said. I guess I would just be surprised if they did not continue using it going forward.
Are they opening for halftime at the new Highmark? Are they going to play? Do we really think the Killers are?
I don't know. I continue to think it's too big. I have a hard time believing that. Some people have said it. I have a hard time believing it. But I guess we'll see. We got 3 preseason games tonight. Jets and Steelers.
Are we about to do a parlay right now?
I think we might be.
Is that happening?
Jets and Steelers. Panthers and Jaguars. Packers and Broncos. 7, 7:30, and 9 o'clock for those 3 games. We could at Underdog. Let's do it.
The titillating two-way parlay? Is that what we're calling this?
Yeah. Sure.
Because the thrilling 3-way parlay and then the fantastic 4-way parlay. I don't know.
We'll do 2 each. How about that?
All right, so it's still a fantastic 4-way parlay.
Yes.
Underdog I have to go to?
That is the only place I believe you're going to be able to find prop bets.
We did get prop bets on the other books last week on game day.
All right, well, let's look.
We'll see.
Let's take a look. In terms of, while we look for that, what you should be watching for, if you're that one Steeler fan, I don't want to keep picking on the guy, but the Will Howard guy from yesterday. You get Will Howard tonight, so that's exciting. Panthers and Jags. I don't think Travis Hunter's going to play. We just saw Carolina. Nothing crazy interesting going on there. Packers and Broncos. I'd like to see if this Pat Bryant hype is worth anything in Denver. There are Denver reporters who are throwing out the idea that Pat Bryant, who was a third-round rookie receiver a year ago and was playing mostly a depth role last year, has been so good at camp that now he's got people believing that by the end of this season, he will overtake Cortland Sutton as the team's number 2 receiver.
Whoa.
And Cortland Sutton is going into the final year of his deal. So maybe he's the new Cortland Sutton. I don't see, by the way, prop bets on these other books. So I'm on Underdog. And that's what I'm going to be using. So let's see. What do we like for tonight? I am going to start, and I'm going to go against our Will Howard guy. And the over-under for Will Howard is a 149.5 for passing yards. That's a lot for a preseason game when you might only play at most 3 quarters, right? Because you're not going to get Rodgers. But Drew Aller, a third-round rookie, is there. They're going to want to see him. So I'm on the under on Will Howard. That's where I'll start. You want to throw one in, or you want me to go again?
No, you could throw one in. One more. I gotta find these. Or what book are you using?
You go to Underdog.
Underdog. Okay. All right. We'll find one then.
I don't want anything else from the Jets or the Steelers.
Okay.
Let's go to Carolina and Jacksonville. I'm just going to take Jags plus 1.5.
Okay.
Give me the Jags. We just saw Carolina get pummeled in the preseason by the Bills. And they're missing a lot of depth due to injuries. They've had some bad injury luck.
Yeah.
The line was really banged up. We saw the Bills abuse the line. And you also got the Jags as a underdog. So plus 1.5 for the Jags is going to be my pick.
Okay. I don't have underdog installed, so I'm waiting on
All right,
that
you're
as we
good.
speak.
You're good.
But I mean,
I'll throw a third one.
Throw a third one in, and then I'll be good for the last leg at this point.
Let's see. 7 p.m. tonight. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna double down on my prediction for the Steelers today. I think Drew Aller, actually looked pretty good. So I'm going to go over 99.5 passing yards for him. I got the under on Howard and the over on Aller. I'm going to take the bet on the rookie rather than the second-year guy.
Okay. I think I'm gonna look into the Jacksonville Panthers game specifically here.
Do you want out of that game that you pick the one game where there might not be props up?
Okay. Well, then I won't pick that one.
You could pick over under 36.5 in that game. There also is... Yeah, we're at a phase where it's so hit or miss. And also, this is a good lesson. Betting the preseason is a total crapshoot.
Yeah.
Unless, if you are, I'll say this though, if you have, this is why a lot of these lines don't exist. If you're following the Bills and you can find, and you're plugged in enough to know who's going to play, who's not going to play, and you can find spreads that you think are dumb, you could take advantage.
Absolutely.
It's out there for you. It's just you got to find, if you knew Josh Allen or that Josh Allen wasn't going to play tomorrow. We don't know that officially, but, don't we kind of know it? Allen's not playing tomorrow. If you could find, Kyle Allen over 80 yards because they don't know if Allen's playing yet. We know that Josh isn't playing. We pretty much know. We follow the team. So take Kyle Allen.
You took Drew Aller over 99.5?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to take Will Howard under 149.5, actually. Or maybe I'll alt that.
You're confirming.
Might as well alt that, actually.
We already got that one in, so we'll just confirm that and make that our 3-leg parlay.
Perfect. Yeah, that works. Yeah.
All right.
Sorry, I was scrambling to get the app.
We're going on the Steelers quarterbacks, over on Aller, under on Howard, and then Jags tonight. I like that.
That works.
Yeah, Pittsburgh. Why is that number so different? I'm looking right now.
Are they expecting to show off Will Howard?
Right before I made the pick, I looked, and it looks like they're going to play an equal amount.
Yeah.
So, give me the rookie. Give me the rookie.
They're going to try and trade Howard at this point?
What are you going to get? What is the value of him? He was a 6th-round pick a year ago who didn't play in his rookie season.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's just Steeler fans talking him into value that doesn't actually exist. So I would be surprised if he had anything for a team. When we come back, Extendo Sports, we'll wrap it up, get you to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up here on WGR. All right. Quick Extendo Sports Extra Point Show coming up next. Should be a beautiful weekend. Tomorrow there could be some thunderstorms. Same stuff that we were talking about earlier with Cleveland. I mean, eventually, it moves towards us down the lake. Pat mentioning earlier, we were talking about the weather, and he was talking about the El Nino.
El Nino.
El Nino, the worst one in recorded history.
1875 was the last comparable one, apparently, something like that.
What he mentioned there was you might get less lake effect snow this year and more that comes up the eastern seaboard.
I searched it up.
In my mind, if that happens, I said last week, we did, that the lake side of the Bills Stadium is the place to be because it's going to be drier, because that's typically where the weather comes from,
right?
The lake. Pat is introducing an idea that to me would be the opposite now, because if I'm going to start getting snowstorms that are coming from the east, then now I'm on the lake side of the stadium. Now I'm getting the heat of the snow. I'm getting the worst of it.
Let me calm this down for a moment. I searched up what El Nino could do to Buffalo winters. It might not make snow a factor at all with warmer temperatures. Might just be a little rainy.
Well, I don't like that either.
That's probably worse, actually, than the snow. I'm not going to lie to you, but
do not like rain.
No.
All right. That is going to do it for us today on Jeremy and Joe. We'll talk on Monday. And stay tuned. Extra Point Show on the way next. Recapping Bills and Browns from yesterday and looking ahead to it tomorrow between joint practice and preseason game. Have a good weekend. Enjoy your fantasy draft. It's one of the biggest draft weekends of the year. Maybe you got one. Good luck. You always reach out and ask at Sneaky Joe Sports. You got a call to make on a keeper or a draft pick. You always reach out. All right, we'll talk to you Monday.